Hello.
Hey,
How's it going?
trying to get my hat looking straight.
So,
It's the hat I made myself, atheist.
nice.
Because I also want to make it a little blingy. It's funny. When I wore it in Washington one time, this woman comes up to me and she goes, "Are you somewhere different on a gender spectrum than cis?" And I go, "Yes. Thank you for noticing."
Right on. Yeah, that's awesome.
Because, but anyway, I thought it's funny how that's how we, in a sense, I think should be like, because I told you before, the reason I don't like commonly tell everybody, oops, I had music on, sorry.
Oh,
I was rocking out to OTEP, like
nice.
Rise, Rebel, Resist. That's a good song. And then
Yeah.
also Smash the Control Machine, talking
Yep.
about capitalism and stuff. Awesome.
Yeah, she's awesome.
So, yeah. But that reminds me too. We had that discussion on online with the complete utter fucking fool. They did not what do you call it? I don't know. Understand anarchism. Fuck all.
Yeah.
That's why I was like, I've had people say some shit, but I've never had someone tell me I have a far right ideology.
That political spectrum just was way out of whack. Like, it
I'm
just
like,
made no
okay,
sense at all.
You can say you don't agree with me and I'm too radical or something, but far right? What the fuck?
You cannot put both Nazis and the fucking USSR on the far left. You can't do it.
I'm like, what the? No. Hell no.
Just doesn't make any sense.
But that goes back to like what I told you, why I'd like to also teach other stuff besides, just my anarchism and my socialism, or my humanism and my atheism. I don't limit to that either. I also do, history and try to, promote anti-racism and just, like collectivism, that we should all work together, and then the benefit of that, and look at how terrible it is when we don't do that.
Yeah.
And so, because I really think it's all really important. And also, just because I have an ability to understand things, whatever, doesn't mean that I would always be right for everybody. In other words, like, I have a really complicated morality. It's super good if you need to defend yourself, but for some people, if you understood it the way I do, as in values, it becomes real simple. Just like I told you before, when someone wants to have, how would you make laws in an anarchist society? I said, we start with the first principle. Well, what's that? First principle is you own yourself, because it relates to multiple things. That's why we want liberty.
Yeah, that's right.
Right? Because we don't want people to violate our rights of owning ourselves, right?
Yep, that's right.
Liberty. That's why it was so funny in America. It's like, we stand for liberty. No, you don't. Oh, how many fucking laws do you have for the most dumbest shit that no one would really agree to? I mean, what the? Come on. Remember, we used to have laws for all kinds of things in America that we now realize were fucking stupid. Like, I don't know. They had laws, about not chewing gum, because they're worried about it going on the street. I mean, like, excuse me, fuck you.
Yeah, that's right. Rather than actually having like a rule about, like, maybe don't spit your gum out on the street, they have a rule that says
or
don't
do it
chew
in the
gum at all.
gutter, or don't do it where people are going to walk. But if they really were, in a sense, following that everyone owns themselves, see, that's the problem. Why I can't, just so people know, I'm not trying to be mean, but I can't, or I choose not to. I'm trying to think about how the nicest way to say it. I choose not to associate with individualist anarchists, even if I do believe you're anarchists,
right?
Because I feel like you're lost. I mean, maybe I should have the opposite opinion and try to help them. Then they could read my stuff and get help, or watch the shows. But I'm just saying, for me personally, I know you might have a different take on it, but for me personally, those people are not doing what I'm doing. I feel like.
Right. No, I think that's correct. Yeah, I think you're right about that. They like individualists. I think that they're mistaken. That, again, it's when you draw a distinction between the collective and the individual, you're being mistaken. Because you have to have individual liberty in order to have a thriving free society.
Right. And that's what I was trying to say, the value. Once you realize the value is the person owns themselves,
Right.
or a self-sovereignty, if you don't like the word own, or you don't even like that a person has dignity and you
Yep.
shouldn't violate it. I mean,
Yep.
and we all have that same dignity and we all shouldn't violate that. Anyways, but so I'm saying is once you grasp this thing, then you need freedom, right? This person with all this dignity and has to be protected. So
Yep.
you have to have no coercion. I mean,
Yep.
or you should, right? I mean, so
yeah,
once again,
that's
go
exactly
back to
right.
anarchism. Like I said, anarchism to me becomes just fucking like logically natural. Like,
Yeah.
Well, if everyone's a dignity being and we can't hurt other people, we should do not coercion. And we
Yep.
should be against anything that is coercion, shouldn't we?
Yep, exactly.
So this goes back to what I was saying. You got to say, so like I told you, to me, anarchism just feels so natural. It makes I get the value, and then I know why that value is important. And once you do that, you can utilize the value in a more extensive way.
Yeah.
A more accurate. But anyway, so that's why I said my morality is hard, but it's actually not. Once you understand, instead of trying to think of 10,000 laws, like I told you, you think of the value everyone owns themselves, and everything comes off of that. Can they get a tattoo? Yeah. Can they do drugs? Yeah. Can they have an abortion? Yeah. Can they decide to kill themselves? Yeah. Can they augment themselves in any way they want? Yeah. Including if they want to. I guess I watched a show one time where people wanted to cut off body parts because they connect with amputees emotionally. And I thought, and then they say they feel better. I'm like, okay, then they should. Who's stopping?
Yeah.
But that because they say it's unnecessary medical surgery or something. And I thought, see, that's where we're violating that the person fucking owns themselves.
Yeah, like I think it depends on the thing, right? Because you could say maybe this person should seek counseling in some ways first before making a major decision like losing a body part. But then if they come to that conclusion after like years of thought and years of like actually like,
well, I don't like the years thing because then I feel that's too much control. To me, well, because I would say that there's times, like I've told you before, just like you have to do self-defense and other defense, there's times when you have to get a precision.
Yeah, that's fair.
So yes, I do agree that we should offer and advise counseling. I would never make it mandatory.
Yeah.
Because they fucking go back.
Yeah.
Principle one,
that's right.
They fucking own themselves. So
yeah, and that means that
I see. Just go back to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So society doesn't have a right to make you not a drug addict.
Right.
Society does have a responsibility to help you not be if you don't want to be.
Exactly.
See the difference?
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
But that's because both things we're respecting the dignity of the person, right?
Yeah.
So the one thing is we don't harm them. But the stage two is, but it's just the other side of the coin, is that we help them because as a society, we get the value and the dignity people hold.
Yeah.
Because to me, what that does is make it have a moral weight. And what I mean by that is a burden that then becomes on us to act in a certain way with that kind of thing. If you're dealing with a rock, Corey, I don't believe, my personal feeling, unless it's flying at somebody else, Corey can do any fucking thing he wants to a rock.
Right. It's not an individual. It's not a being.
right. So I'm just saying, it's making a comment. So it really relates to how we treat people.
Yeah.
And all this is real important for the show we're doing because it's about how people take or try to find reasons, I should say the best thing to me, to justify their bigotry.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to talk about white nationalists and white supremacists and or whatever, racist pieces of shit. I don't know what's the colloquial?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not hip and cool like the kids and know all the terms, but to me it's just a piece of shit. But see, let me tell you what I mean by really for that. I would say their behavior is a piece of shit. Their thinking is a piece of shit.
Right.
So they still are a dignity being, but that acknowledgement is only one part of the three layers of value, and that is intrinsic.
Mm-hmm.
You can't take it away.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. That's not why I feel like even if we get a bad person, we shouldn't want to kill them. I'm not saying that we don't sometimes want to kill, even beyond our control.
Right.
But that's not what I'm pointing to. I'm pointing to ethically, we should, as ethical people, not desire to kill. See, that's the moral responsibility.
Yeah.
Not that I may not that I may angrily feel like the need to, or that certainly a person that hurts people would make me want to kill them. I mean, I'm not going to lie.
Should that be an action that is carried out universally every time something happens, right? Like,
right. So, and the reason why, because like I said, going back to the anarchism, the reason there's anarchist values of the non-coercion. But see, people think, well, that means that we just sit on an ivory tower and go, ha ha ha, world is fucked, and laugh at people or something like a cynic. No, or a nihilist. No, but what we're doing is we're saying, ho, look at this shit, because we want to emancipate people, not because we want to do it. We want to inspire that inside of you, that you want to emancipate yourself, and that you realize, not because you're joining our side or anything like that, or even need to.
Yep.
One doesn't, let me say this, one does not need to call themselves an anarchist. One merely needs to think and act like an anarchist. Because to me, anarchism is both in a sense, a realized value set. I do not do coercion.
Yeah.
Every time when you say, like people say, what should Jesus do? My thing would be, we don't do coercion. That's what we don't do.
That's right.
Should we go and murder and capture people and keep them, or torture them? We don't do coercion.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, and they realize that that's, like I told you before, who can say that that's not in a sense, high value we should have, and that what a wonderful world of flourishing we could have if we all acted this way.
Right.
And that's why I said, and what thinking supports that the greatest? Anarchism.
Yeah, go figure.
Right? That's what I was saying, though. My point, like I told you, is for me, to people know, I got my anarchism because of what I just explained. I just think ethically, like, here's this. Okay, this is the problem. This is what we could do, and then what's the best way to handle that? And I'm like, anarchism. So, and that just like the non-hierarchy and the non-classism.
Yeah.
People think that, like, oh, well, you have to. That you've been taught that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but speaking of hierarchy, the show we're doing about the white nationalists and all this, it's all really about hierarchy. People don't realize it's a capitalism. That's why real anarchists laugh at anarcho-capitalists, because they're saying dumb shit like, "Oh yeah, we're getting rid of hierarchy." I'm like, literally, capitalism is hierarchy.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as you have private property, you have hierarchy based on ownership.
The problem with capitalism always is the unfair distribution of wealth at every level.
Yeah.
In every interaction, almost.
Yeah.
It's so fucking toxic. So I'm just saying, because people reminds me, you go, or kinder capitalism. Like, literally, it's like going to a freaking serial killer and say, how can I do good dating? Literally, this is a person that likes killing. I'm saying that.
Yeah.
You don't go get advice from the psychopath. Neither should you think capitalism is not a predatory system.
Right. Yeah.
They're like, oh, capitalism's raised people. Capitalism is literally it's always funny. You know what capitalists try to do? And then they say, take, success that's not theirs. They'll go, look, America's doing better. Yeah, because they put all their companies in China and those people are jumping out of buildings.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So capitalism, like, it doesn't remove pottery. It just moves poverty from one place and puts it to another place.
Yep. That's right.
Generally, it likes racism and classism and structures of. That's why America, who talks about freedom, has actually, around the world, especially in Latin America, has actually promoted more right-wing stuff and more authoritarian and freaking militias, but right-wing militias. They don't seem to help the left-wing militias.
No. Unless they can profit their corporate donors over it.
Yeah. America's a corporation.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's
Right.
exactly right.
So the reason why all this stuff is important and talking about values and talking about person's dignity, it talks about the Vikings. So I think that one of the things, the problem is people, when they say Viking, how I think, I'll just say how I see it. Viking is a behavior, not a country or a person.
Okay.
I do Viking. So, and my DNA, so people know, is like Norway and Sweden and Hungary.
Right.
So I have Norway and Sweden. I have Viking blood or whatever. To me, as you know, I don't make a big deal. In fact, I'd laugh. Haha, I'm a Viking. But but so to me, but here's the thing too. That doesn't. It's going back to like how we respect others. But do other people own themselves? Could they like Viking culture? Would that be okay? With Damien?
Sure.
What would I say? Do they own themselves?
Yeah.
Of course. Then this is why people have a hard time, because I'm an anti-religionist and all this. They're like, how do I have some people that are religious people like that follow me and I treat them nicely and we don't? Do people own themselves?
Yeah, that's right.
Do they have dignity that Damien should value? The answer, of course, is yes to both of those. And so, how should we interact with people that have a dignity that we have a responsibility to not violate and to actually help? So then I should act caring and thoughtful, right? I mean, kind.
Yep.
But I'm just saying so, or as another way of anarchists would say, non-coercion.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go back to what I was saying. So, but some people think like, well, that means, like I said, about anarchists on the ivory tower not doing anything. But that's not true. Anarchists actually are the opposite of that.
Yeah,
we believe
right.
in direct action. It's just like I said, I vote, right? But to me, it's like throwing darts, out into the dark, and without even having a board to hit, So it's doing nothing that I really want. You know what I'm saying? There is not even near the dartboard. It's just throwing it like out in the air. It just hits the grass.
Yeah.
Just nothing that I want. But it's just because I see it could be worse. That's all. It could be worse. It's not the same as I like it.
Yeah, that's right.
So if someone said, look, I'm going to punch you, would you like to get punched one time or 50?
I'll take one. Thanks.
See? Right? It's not a hard choice. But that doesn't mean that you think punching you is okay. See
No, in fact, I definitely think it's bad.
But so also to me, I feel like there's a warrior culture, lust for violence and power they see in Vikings. And
Yes.
the problem is they've made Vikings worse than everybody else. This is inaccurate to me. I mean, we're going to talk to the archaeologists more about stuff, and we're going to hear his ideas. But to me, I'm just saying it's not really accurate, because a lot of people at that time did slavery. A lot of those people did raiding or whatever. So, just
yeah, it's not unusual.
The reason I'm saying
is
I think that really
things.
what people forget too, why they were seen as savage, is because the Christians wrote about them.
Of course.
Savage pagans.
Yeah.
So it was absolutely, just going back to what I'm just trying to make a point, is the racism started then, not now.
Yeah, of course.
There. Because here's the Vikings also had women burials, and so what I'm saying, and they also I can't remember exactly, so I probably shouldn't say this, but I think that they had were okay a little bit with third gender or something. I can't remember exactly. So
okay,
but I'm saying is they because I know they had different gods that would do different things, and you could emulate that god in a sense. Not everybody would, but I'm saying that they have different things, because I know Freya was different than Odin, and if a male followed Freya, it could almost be like you were being either gender different, or you were homosexual or something.
Okay.
Or gender fluid or whatever. Because that also people gender fluid is kind of like what people now call, like, in a sense, but just in the way it looks, is drag. Like you could look like a man and then look like a woman and switch back and forth.
Right.
But I'm talking about gender wise, not dress. I'm just trying to give an example. So but it's also I'm saying too is that people have this problem. They look at Vikings and it's a masculine only, which is not true.
Right.
And that men couldn't, because I said men could Some men would probably think, oh, I'm going to be scared, homophobic, scared to say that they have Freya. But other men would. And it's not like they're going to go kill him. There's no, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
At least I don't think so. He maybe the other guy can tell us more, but if he knows about it. But I'm just making a comment that our conception is this toxic masculinity Viking show.
Yeah.
Which is just all these shows that do stuff. And let's see, it was on what, the History Channel? You mean the same one that does, I don't know, like this guy, the archaeologists coming, right? The ancient aliens, bull crap.
That's right.
And put Graham Hancock. I mean, this is like the stellar, like, not science shows, what they should just call it.
That's right.
The anti-science, or at least pseudoscience, that's probably better. Pseudoscience, not really history show. And people in this toxic culture identify with the utter violence, because I feel, in a sick way, like a sociopath, I can get ideas like to do bad things. Sometimes almost randomly.
Mm-hmm.
But I go, what the fuck? Fuck you, and keep doing what, you know what I'm saying? Because that's the right attitude. Just like if I ran up right now and told your ear, you deserve to tell someone to go fuck off, or hit them, or or put down a child or something, you should say, fuck off.
But why do I need to do that? Like, no, right. I'm not going to do that.
But I'm saying, so if you wouldn't listen to someone else tell you to do that, why would you even listen to yourself? There should be no difference. No. If I do something, it's consistent to the rules of anarchism or whatever, in a sense, that's also my rules, because you shouldn't be hurting people. So, I mean, it's not like a big stretch. My thinking in anarchism is pretty like,
right.
But that's also why I love it, because I'm like, fuck, this shit is great.
Yeah.
Why is everyone not an anarchist? But yeah, because we're not trying to be the few, the proud, the Marines.
No, for sure not. No, I think more people aren't anarchists because they don't understand it, and they've been propagandized against it. So if they actually understood it, I think more people would be.
Right, they're like, oh, it's violence and terror. I'm like, okay.
But what would we do without a ruler?
No coercion. How the fuck do you get to terrorism?
Yeah, you can't.
Okay, then it's not anarchism.
Yeah. Anarchists traditionally, not traditionally, but there have been anarchists in the past who have engaged in what is called terrorism, but generally it's in what they think of as acts of self-defense against power. So,
wasn't in Chicago where there supposedly was a bomb done by anarchists and everybody got punished, but there really wasn't even the anarchists that probably did it.
Yeah. There was no
society
real
is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Well, and remember I told you there used to be anti-anarchist laws in America.
Yep.
So the land of the free.
Mm-hmm.
So let me get this straight. In the land of the free, someone who calls it the land of the free was against an anarchist who literally believes about being a land of the free.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean,
yeah, it's funny because actually, my partner and I, we were talking about some of the stuff in the past in the United States and how people lose their jobs for being communists, or there was a blacklist for people who were associated with the Communist Party, right? And it was all largely Red Scare bullshit, and they were targeting innocent people. But even the idea that a political ideology is against the law means that your country isn't actually a land of liberty in any sense. It's
completely agree. I completely agree. And yes, of course, because people fucking own themselves. See what I'm saying? You see, once you grasp, it's like, do they have sexual consent? Because this one guy didn't. He said he wrote this thing because he's another anarchist, and he said something like, give me a reason that you could have to do force or something, or justified force against someone. And I said, consent. Because consent is a very, very fine-tuned thing. Like one time, I was engaged in sex, okay? She had already let me do it. I was already inside of her having sex.
Yeah.
And she said, "Can you hurry up?" And I said, "No." And she said, "Well, I'm really hurting my legs, whatever. And so I don't want to do it anymore." But I hadn't come yet. Right. And so I'm in the middle of having sex. And I said, "Okay." And I stood up and I said, "No problem."
Yep. Because consent can be withdrawn at any time.
At any time.
Yep.
And then all these, I told these people about this one group, right? And all these people, not anarchists, all these people, and they were saying all kinds of stuff like, "Oh, you should have just kept going, come because you already had consent. Was she going to take it off?" I go, "Does she own herself?"
Yeah.
So at what point does she not own herself that I can then take over?
Right. There is no point. No.
Can people be slaves? Do they own themselves? I mean, to me, it's just, I'm serious. Like, it's like but like I told you before, what you're not getting, like why it's funny to me or easy to me, it's axiological. I am looking at the value.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And because of that, everything spreads out from that value, like 1,000 rights or whatever you want to, everything you keep saying. I have a right to a gun. Because you're what?
Yeah.
Well, I always laugh. I go, "You have a right to a product?" I have a right to defend myself. You
okay,
can't
yeah.
defend yourself?
Yeah, you have a right to defend yourself.
I mean, I just so you know, I have fought other people before with a hockey stick. I have fought other people before with a rake, with nunchucks, with a knife, with a gun, with a tricycle one time.
Okay.
I picked up a tricycle and hit the dude in the face. Very effective. Anyways, my point is, what I'm saying is, the argument is positioned wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You do not have a right to a product.
Yeah.
Of any
exactly.
kind. Get this. But anyways, we can have a whole show on morality. I want to go on because when it comes to Damien and morality, this is like, that's like one time this one guy that's atheist, he was like, "Oh man, we have this morality, he wants to do it." I'm like, hello, literally, I can eat people alive about morality because I focus on value. And they're like, wow. And when you understand, like I said, it's like a whole web comes off of this central point of value.
Yeah.
So that's why I was saying that what society needs to teach is the axiology, both the awareness, because you have to be aware to utilize. It's like digging something out of the ground. And then even if you dig it out of the ground, let's say you dig out raw diamonds, they look like rocks.
Yeah.
You don't look like diamonds. That a lot of processes of cutting and specialized stuff, polishing, ends up in what we call a diamond. So it's about not just seeing the value, right? The raw stone, but the understanding of how to precisionally utilize that stone to make a diamond. And then its value is increased because you've made it, in a sense, appreciate because of it, the work that, in a sense, you put into something. Just like you were saying about art. And I told you, if you want, I can teach you art. Like I told you, Corey, I am wanting to help you because I really think that you got good stuff, qualities and stuff, and I want you to be the most awesome Corey you can be.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually had a talent for drawing when I was young, but I just never had the time or inclination to, I guess, develop it.
Yeah. Well, my way is super easy.
Okay.
It's methodological. You just follow almost like the numbers in a sense. And because I taught myself all my stuff, my anarchism, my morality, my axiology, my atheism, fucking everything I fucking do, humanism, every fucking kindness, everything I do is just me. I do read stuff that, in a sense, gives me raw uncut diamonds to work with, whatever. But just so people understand, but I'm not saying that somehow Damien's this individual that can just fucking think of ideas out of the fucking air. Sometimes I can, but even then, it's seeded with previous knowledge.
Sure.
I think anyone who thinks that they don't do that at all, once again, the individualists live in reality, because that's just not reality.
Yeah.
Like I said with me, it's not reality. Yes, I can come with a billion ideas. Yes, I amaze archaeologists, historians. I amaze philosophers. I amaze people that do social work, kindness. I mean, everything. But you know what? The real value isn't any of that.
Yeah.
The real value is how I care, how you feel the genuineness, right? Because I genuinely feel like an anarchist.
Right.
It's not something like act or put an A on my ears, which those are all cool. But I'm just saying,
yeah,
it is who I am.
Right. Yeah. That, like, I love the aesthetics of the anarchist flag and whatnot. But yeah, like, I was trying to live as an anarchist before that, and try and be generous and kind and non-coercive and acknowledging individuals like liberty on themselves and whatnot. And yeah, it was like I say, it's a value system that I hold and try to live within. And then on top of it, I'm like, hey, that's a cool anarchist hat, and oh, hey, that's a cool flag.
Right. Exactly. But I'm saying is that when you do values, you can do it more accurately and faster.
Yeah.
Like even decisions, because you're seeing what's really at stake. It's like just like,
right.
How should we deal with the Middle East? Should we just blow them all up?
Obviously not.
Well, you can do it slower. That's the correct answer, the conclusion. But we can do it just a little bit slower. Because we can go back to we want to go back to the anarchism's simple principle in a sense.
True.
Right? Can we kill a bunch of people? Well, do they own themselves? Yes. Right. Of course. Can we do coercion? Well, no. Okay, then no. So, or as you said, faster. Of course not. I'm just trying to show people how you can use that anarchist principle.
Yeah.
Do they have the right to, engage in sex work? Do they own themselves? Yes. Well, then of course. I'm just trying to show it really is simple, but it's also complex.
Yeah, it makes me think of a conversation I had with a like kind of a state socialist, and how like they kind of seem to have the idea that if there's a job in society now that people do, then that job would be something that we would have to enforce after society changed to a socialist society. And so I said, well, sex work is work. Sex workers need workers' rights, and I'm pro these people doing the job they want to do. And they said, well, so then after the revolution, who is forced into that position? I said, absolutely nobody. Like that.
And why don't you force people? Because they own themselves. Yes. And then we don't do coercion.
That's right. Because you don't force people into those roles because, that's against the value of individual liberty.
Right. So why don't we do coercion? Because people own themselves.
Yeah.
And have dignity that we cannot, in a sense, violate.
Yeah.
And so I'm saying, this is what we do. This is the value of actually why. Why do we not do coercion? Why? Why not? Why not fucking, just go kill everybody? Like they said, no Middle East. Now we're the problem solved. Big fucking hole. It's all a nuclear bomb, all gone. Is the world better? No, the world would be fucking terrible and not get better.
Yeah.
But so my point is, and also it violates the principle of no coercion. And of course, we don't do coercion because people are valuable and own themselves.
Yeah.
So it's whether you start it one way or the other, you still put the same thing. No.
Yeah.
Of course not. So I'm saying is, so then the opposite is also true. This goes back to my, in a sense, anarcho-humanism, which I told you, this is what people don't understand. I could be, like Corey, an anarcho-communist and also be, which I am, a green anarchist, and also be, which I am, a feminist anarchist, and also a queer anarchist, and also I am an anarcho-humanist.
Yeah.
But the humanist part, what people understand, is not takes away the monetary thinking or the societal demographics of how you arrange a culture, like anarcho-communism does, in a sense, or syndicalism or whatever, anarcho-syndicalism. or mutualism, any other kind of whatever anarchism you want to talk about. But the point is, anarcho-humanism is focusing, what you already know, about the morality, how we're supposed to behave. And that's why I said, for me, it's the anarchist is the do no gods, no masters, and then the humanist is do no harm and do good.
Right. So
in a sense, and that's also why I don't personally, even though I do like some of I've watched the Vikings and I listen to Viking music, but so I listen to heavy metal music and I don't want to go punch people, or go kill people.
Right.
But well, I'm just making the comment. So there's different things, but that once again, sometimes that kind of music can end up at white nationalists or not.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Right? So I just want because that's what I'm trying to give like a more in-depth reason of why we don't support Nazis or white supremacists. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I want to give like the value, so then we understand why that is some bullshit. Not our opinion. It literally is some bullshit.
Yeah.
Because it violates freaking people. So it's toxic and terrible.
Yep.
So it's like authoritarianism. It's toxic and terrible.
Yeah.
States.
Terrible. Yeah, that's right.
And this is what I think is so funny. They forget like that the communities can help themselves, and don't you generally do a lot more with your own community? Just even status. Come on for a second. Just think. Do you, on an average thing, work sometimes in your own community more than you actually interact with, say, the president that you worship?
Of course.
Or hate if you're the other side or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't think too many of them probably watch my shows, but
yeah.
They should learn and stop being that horrible person they are. Because if they were a person of value, there's no fucking way you could be that. That's why I became an anarchist. I'm a person of value. Well, then I have to care and not coerce people. Well, there's a name for that. It's anarchist.
Yeah.
So that's also why I think it's absolutely ridiculous when anyone tries, at least my anarchism, tries to tell me that it's feudal or doesn't. It's literally fighting for human rights. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. No, it's too often like just people who have asserted certain things, or they've read or they were told on the libertarian website that anarcho-capitalism or whatever is a real thing. And it's just, you can't. Like, it's ahistorical, it's anti like all of actual anarchist theory, including much of the individualist anarchist theory. Like,
right. Well, because I don't know about you, but I do feel, to me personally, the agorist kind of could be, in a sense, a real anarchism. I don't think anarcho-capitalism is all, but agorism, where they kind of do like black markets or whatever,
right,
or so whatever, something like that. But I think that's the closest to actual capitalism to me, anyways, because they're run by what, conglomerations of gangs or people that use coercion a lot of times, or they use coercive force and then steal their labor, like capitalism. So yeah. Not a fan. I'm just making that comment. Just as I'm a collectivist, so I'm way the fuck over there. Even though I say mutualist, I mean mutualist. Although I said I do like the mutualist bank, but then my own conception of it, not them. The thought, because I told you the only thing I love the communism. The only thing I don't like is the no money. Like I told you, because it means to me no value. But even when you say vouchers, well, money is just a term. We can call it fucking whatever you want. It's still money. Or still a value transfer is my point. Fine, we call it vouchers. I'll stop calling it money, but you see how it didn't make any difference. It's still a transfer of value. And that's what I'm talking about. As an axiologist, all I see is value everywhere. And think that way because it's more accurate. You're grasping things. You really are understanding.
Yeah.
So the thing about the bank I like I said, is that in a sense it's like a nonprofit. Because I don't know if I said that last time. But nonprofit. There is nobody, and the workers all will pay the same. They're nobodies in a sense. They're like just not they're nobodies. Let me say that wrong. Workers are great. I'm solidarity with workers. I'm talking about, like, say it's anarcho-syndicalism runs that
right
the bank, but they done it for us.
Yeah,
they're not control of anything.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't.
You get my,
It doesn't funnel the money up to a group of people that are collecting it and hoarding it, right? Like that's
in
the
a
thing.
sense, and there's not like it's not like a lot of people because they don't have to do a lot. You just need to whatever, suits the needs of the community. Because of course, I believe the community should be deciding everything about what that bank does.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying the mutualist bank is the fucking people's bank, and it's also what other people would call a mild, distributed, sort of an entity where it's giving out to the poor because it's doing different stuff, maybe even takes taxes, but it's doing it. Everything is about their community. It's building the roads. It's, it's not like this government here where they get billions. And just like think of this, how many working class people are actually, and I mean someone who still isn't like, I have never, I made my highest income was like 100 and something thousand when I was a truck driver. Of course, people are like, oh, that's amazing. I worked 90 hours a week.
Yeah.
I was gone for an entire month, if not 2 months at a time, and only home for 4 days. And then another. So it was horrific. So just saying, I mean, it's kind of cool to see the country, but my point is, I'm just saying, I was seriously working my freaking, self to the death to get that money. So I don't consider that's a fucking worker. I'm working 89 hours. That's a worker. A capitalist motherfucker doesn't work.
That's right.
and also, speaking of which, a capitalist can be, because I knew this person and he was a millionaire. And I told you I constantly made him feel guilty. But it got to him because an ethical person realizes that what I am saying is the correct value.
Yeah.
Like when I said we don't torture children, how many rapes can an anarchist justify? None.
That's a zero. Yep.
You see what I'm saying? Zero.
Yep.
So even if, like I said, even if I had to kill someone, I guarantee I wouldn't rape them first, and nor would I think that I had not done something vile and wrong and hideous by doing that.
Exactly.
So, but I don't want to go to all things. This also goes back to the Vikings and this whole thing of the plunder and the rape and the murder and the glorification of that violence.
Yeah.
So I think that it's great to learn history. I'm big on that. But worshiping violence, that is fucking not cool.
Yeah.
To me.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's just say Damien's value, because that's coercion, like support. That's that's like counseling for people, that want to learn coercion. Like, here, we'll empower you. Here you go. Here you go. Or whatever. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
It literally is manipulating you to become horrid.
Yeah.
And then go, see, it's about the fucking strong. Or,
Yeah, that's right. It's masculine. It's about strength. It's about honor. It's all these things that it's not actually about. It's all when it's about violence.
Right. But so like I told you also like I told you, it's also a fetishism of Vikings because it's not even exactly accurate.
Right.
What they're doing in a sense and how they're doing it. My point would be, even if they did, is that really a value we want to emulate?
Right.
Should we be just thought that, really? This, like I said, I'm a sociopath. And people always think, oh, yeah, you're so kind. Let me just tell you, my first suspension from school for fighting was kindergarten. I beat a kid and sent him to the hospital because I don't. No, I said that wrong. I don't. I now know how to control myself. I used to not. Let's put it that way. Because I had a fucking rage inside from child abuse. I had extreme child abuse. I was extreme neglect. I had medical neglect, which is only I think it's like 3% or 4% of all child abuse.
Yeah.
Where they don't treat you medically, where you just suffer. Anyways, I don't want to go on all about my childhood. It's fucked up. One of these times we will, though. I'll probably cry and have a hard time talking about it because it's real fucked up shit and it still fucks up my life.
I think we did go into some of it on my interviews with you on my channel over there on the Skeptical Leftist. So
right, you should go watch that so you guys can learn more about me, because there's a reason why I became a sociopath. I had like a natural tendency maybe, but it's like saying that there's a gun in my house with bullets How many
Right.
people did it kill? Nobody. But if you teach the kid how to take that gun out and you tell him it's fun to point at people, someone's going to get shot.
Yeah, that's right.
In a sense. So, but here's another thing too. I don't think it's an all or nothing. That's why I really think our whole system is fucked. Think of how nice I am now. Think how much I'm trying to be caring now. Think about how much I try to aspire caring. Just bravely. Just like people always do go, I'm brave. I'm a hero. And they go, because Simi, what's a hero to you? A hero to most people in America, for sure, is someone who goes and kills people. Their heroes all have guns.
Right.
Yeah, my heroes don't.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm not saying that someone who does something heroic with a gun, for the people couldn't be a good thing. What I'm saying is our value system is limited to warrior culture, like the Vikings.
Yeah,
why the Vikings is so fucking popular, in a sense, or that kind of stuff, especially with right wing that want to be all, fucking macho man, no gays, and whatever.
It makes me think of like there was a TikTok trend. I don't know if it's still going on, but for a little while there was this thing where wives would ask their husbands how much they think about the Roman Empire.
Oh yeah,
and it's because of like that fetishization of the Roman Empire of
right.
like that idea that they were gladiators or whatever, and yeah.
Right, yeah, like I know, and someone asked me how much do I think about it, and I don't think about the Romans. I think about the ancient North Eurasians because they're connected to all these different cultures, but they're from 25,000 to 15,000, so most people don't even think of them.
Yeah, no, that's generally not what people think of. Yeah,
no, but you know me, but the reason why is I wanted to understand how did religion happen. Because atheists are like, well, it's because of this and that. The first, con man lied to the first fool or whatever.
Right.
Yeah,
it's too simplistic.
That's an arrogant thing to say, and it may be funny, but accurately, I wanted to understand what really happened, not in a joking way. Because a lot of people are like, oh, we can't understand. You just did some things you can't know, and I'm like, does that sound like science?
Sounds pretty limiting.
Like. Yeah, I don't think so. So like I told you, and that's why I said it's an odd thing too that I say I don't like to read. When you hear how much I've read, you're like, well, fuck, I hate to see someone who likes to read.
Yeah, that's right.
But what I mean by that is I don't read for fun.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah.
So if I read, it's because I'm trying to do activism, because I fucking care. So It's not about ego, like, oh, Damien needs to be this greatest and know everything and beat everybody. Nope. No, there's nothing to do with it. It's actually because Damien, when I was in school to be a drug and alcohol counselor, I turned atheist. And then when that's happened, I was a Christian and I was a right winger, conservative. And I went, wow, not only my religion was bad, I have fucking terrible morality.
Yeah.
And I have terrible fucking like political ideas. I'm like, what the fuck? And so I became an anarchist, without even understanding what it was, but in a sense, I'm pretty sure that it was Corey that actually, without us knowing each other exactly, interacted and told me. And then I started looking, I'm like, oh, that's exactly what I am. Holy fuck. There's a word for it.
Yeah.
So, but what happened is, like I said, I had to realize, but that's why, for me, I don't get how the atheist movement isn't also the anti-capitalist movement.
Right.
Or the anarchist movement.
Yeah, absolutely.
Literally, those two things would so go good together.
The pro-social justice movement.
Yeah. So, I mean, but that's also why I think my type of anarchism also, anarchism, my type of atheism is good for the atheist movement.
Right.
Because axiological atheism is social justice atheism, because that is how you think.
Right.
It's not adding it. That's how you should think.
Yeah.
Because axiological, what's the most important thing? The person. Why is the person important? Their dignity being. Okay, they're dignity being. How do you treat dignity beings? We don't coerce them. We don't harm them. In fact, the exact opposite is also true. We help them.
Yeah.
And we feel compelled to help them if we can, especially.
Yeah. It's often disappointing. And part of why I'm not really in the atheist community anymore is
Well, and me
because
either. I used to like go to like conventions and do stuff and like be online and talk all the time. Besides just being activist, I really cared about the atheism because that's how I changed.
right.
That's, I mean, literally how I became everything. That's why I'm hardcore about the atheism, not just all other things I think are very important. Because for me, I never would have became a leftist if not for atheism. I never would have became a humanist if not for atheism. I wouldn't be an anarchist if not for, I wouldn't be a socialist if not for atheism. For me, I'm saying, so to me, that's why I proudly say it all the time and whatever, because it is a big deal.
Yeah.
It's not an add-on.
Yeah,
it's
that's
the
right.
living feature.
Yeah, that's where I learned critical thinking. That's where I learned how to be skeptical of various claims and question things and like learn how to be like analyze things critically.
Yes.
That led me down, like you say, it made me a better person. It made me who I am now. Somebody who could be an anarchist.
Right. And so I wanted to do all this talk and stuff to grasp value, really, and to grasp how to see it. That way, I feel when you're going to read it or start reading, but that way when you read the stuff, and we can't read it all because we don't have enough time.
Right.
And people need to understand more. Go read the blog. I put lots of good stuff in there about Neo-Shamanism, Neo-paganism, what a heathen, and all this stuff. A lot of information. Corey's absolutely not going to read it all. Just saying. And also some stuff where it talks about real world event, like this QAnon shaman and how that relates to all this bullshit and about white nationalists and what they're trying to do. And all you're not going to get to all that. But people, go read it. Good stuff in the blog that's going to be attached in the thing.
For sure.
But like I said, I felt like because we're not going to be able to read it all really, and if people read it without grasping value first, like why do we not do nationalism? Because nationalism is not for everyone, right? And isn't everybody in the world a dignity?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that I wanted to get that people got like why, and then you understand why this right wing crap is bad. Why nationalism? Why capitalism? Why the Nazis is bad? Why?
Fair. Yeah.
It should be pretty easy for any fucking dumb fuck to figure that out. But
mostly, yeah.
But then again, you argue with that guy in this thing, and not to be mean, but did seem like a dumb fuck.
Yeah, when I reach the point where I have to, when I reach the point where I have to say you're a fucking idiot, then I have to just walk away from it. Like I can't.
Well, yeah. Well, I try to work with people, but I just walk away. I don't even say dumb fuck without you. I think it. Yes. Let's go back to like I was saying. Thinking about killing people is not good as feeling it's good to kill people. That's why when you watch these shows, it's like good to kill people. No, the fuck it is not.
Yeah.
Like that one guy. Remember that one really crazy fuckers?
Right.
I was arguing with.
Actually said hurting people is good. Actually, and you're like, no.
Well, because I said we don't hurt people, and I explained why, and then he's like, "Oh no, hurting people is good," and I was like, "No, it is not.
No, the fuck it isn't. Like, what are you talking about?
The fuck." But that's also why I feel like it is important, like I said, to kind of do the morality a little bit. So then you get why. Why is this bad? Like, Damien, why is it bad? It's cool. They're all, yeah, it's cool. But when you start fetishizing it, not cool.
Yeah, that's right.
Especially since what you're fetishizing is violence.
All right.
Because if we have time, I want to get some of the reading. But But like I said, there's so much good stuff, you're not even going to get near it. And that's why I figured like it'd really be best to just tell like morality why that shit's bad, and then we'll read it or talk about it. Because then, and here's the other thing too: if he talks, too long or whatever, that's fine, and then we just won't read anything, and people just have to go read the damn blog.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So, did you like it so far? What we're doing?
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I enjoy just the off the cuff discussions about morality and anarchism. That's my bread and butter. That's the shit I like the most.
Yeah. Well, I told you I do. I do want to just have a thing because I want to really first before we do that. To me, we got to start at the beginning, because to me all this is like assumed. We need to start at solipsism and explain how axiology starts from there.
Right.
And builds up. That's what I want to explain to you. But then I thought, but to get to axiology, you first have to have reason, because reason gets you to logic, and then logic gets to axiology. You got to go back to reason. So I need to start at what is reason, and
right,
and do a video where through my eyes, I'll explain how to understand it axiologically, in a sense, or why reason. Because I always say it's right reason, or with right I mean sound.
Yep.
And something is sound, it's like correct, it's accurate, it's it's meaningful, whatever, it's like when I say things about morality off the top of my head, they're fucking meaningful, because they have values in them. So it's just like when I write stuff, and just like as I told you before, when I post on there, I don't post shit to help me.
Right.
It's to help others.
Yeah.
So like sure. I told you before, I manipulate people, but in a positive effort, not
right.
I talk I write in a certain way. I say may I, because when you read it, you don't read may Damien. You read it as may I. Your brain, your heart interact with it emotionally, personally. And you start feeling guilty, like, oh yeah, I should be kind. Oof.
Yeah.
So I wrote a secret message by doing it that way. I told you, I want to teach you a lot of stuff. I know you can't learn everything I could do, but I told you, I'm never going to teach everything I can do, because I started saying some of the shit, and that guy's like, you can go hurt women. I'm like, what the fuck?
Right.
And then I thought, what the fuck?
Yeah, better not.
Better not explain, because I can explain stuff like the why you do this, and what happens when you do this. Just like I was saying about art. What I was going to teach you, the first thing to me in art, you need to understand, there's some easy principles. You need to know light source. Okay, light source is like when something is shining, like where is the sun? Whenever you draw anything, you need to think, where is the sun?
Right.
And what the sun does is it makes everything light. So you'd always have to make it, either unshaded or light colored, because the sun is hitting. And then traverse, or the backside of that, is it has to be darker.
Right.
Whether it's just shading or color. Now, so you understand that things have to match the flow of light when you draw. So, but I was going to say is, so the first thing if you aren't used to like thinking that way, you can just draw a line, because light source is going to follow a path. It's not going to be all wavy, and you get what I'm saying. It's another thing too is to figure out how to do things that look normal, like a face. People can't get this. Your mouth is the same size as your eye, is the same size as your nose, is the same size as your nose. Almost like exclusively, like so in a sense, what I'm saying is you're actually more symmetrical, and some people aren't totally, and some people make a little bit different than, like I said, their nose is longer, their eyes are bigger, they're whatever, smaller.
But in general,
so when you do art, you're not trying to do perfection, because you're not going to be perfect.
Right.
Unless you want to sit there for hours or be a savant or something. But so a trick, because see, that's how I do art. I understand the psychology of how to trick your mind into optical illusions, which is art.
Okay.
So that's what I'm showing you, and things make sense. So, like, say if you want to make what they call color realism. I don't know if you ever heard of that. Like it looks like a picture almost, like a legitimate picture. And they think, oh, how can I do that? Well, you need to think correctly. So say you do color. If you just put one color, it's a cartoon.
Right.
If you put 5 colors, it starts to look a little real. You put 10 colors, it looks real. You put 40 colors, it looks amazing real. You do 100 or 200 colors, it looks like a picture.
Right.
See what I'm saying? So progressively, how many variations of color is what makes it look real. So when you grasp that, the more real you want, don't get 2 pencils, you need 50 color pencils. Yeah. Do you get what I'm saying? That when you start to understand the values inside of art, then you can use them more accurately. And that's same with morality, or axiology also works for everything, with truth, with reason, with anarchism, with once you find the values, then they have to, unless they're not consistent.
Okay.
Like someone saying capitalism and
right.
anarchism. It's not consistent. So you start to very, very quickly be able to break that down. So but I'm saying that axiology can judge art. In fact, that's something that people do is judge art with axiology.
Mm-hmm.
So it's that's why when someone said before, well, Damien, it's morality, just call it that. I go, I'm literally not calling it that. How about value theory? That would be more accurate.
Right.
And there is a thing you can go look up a philosophy and a whole thinking, and axiology is related to value theory, but it's not limited to it.
Yeah.
That's what people need to grasp. They go, well, value theory. Once again, people want to make it simple. Value theory is axiology. Yeah, but it's also not limited to just that. Axiology could be feminist theory. It could be anarchist theory. It could be queer theory. It could be whatever. I mean, it could be other things. It's a way of value judging. So anything that takes an evaluative thinking, like an evaluation also is what science literally does. Is this accurate? They evaluate it. So literally it's part of science, and it's part of all kinds of stuff. And anyways, but I always think it's so funny is everyone's like, well, Damien, I'm just a regular atheist. Like somehow they're better. I have an intellectual atheism and you have a non-intellectual. And I'm not judging you or classing you above or below me, but to say mine's not good? What the fuck?
What is it? Yeah, what does it mean to say, well, I'm just a regular atheist? Like, what does that mean?
They want to say that just like when people say, I'm just a regular anarchist and I have no objectives. And I think, are you an individualist? I mean, seriously. I mean, is that collectivist thinking? Is that accurate to a collectivist?
In what way are you an anarchist?
Well, I'm just saying, if you have a collectivist value, how did you get up with this individualist idea?
Yeah.
It's inconsistent. Just like capitalism and anarchism. It's inconsistent. And just like I said, fetishizing violence is inconsistent with a absolutely strong or high character moral being. It just is inconsistent, which goes back to why anarchism is consistent, because anarchism promotes non-coercion. And like I said, that doesn't mean we're do things. Anarchists are some of the most direct democracy. Get out there and fucking do shit. That's what I did. I fucking did shit, held signs, went out there, fucking got in people's faces. I fucking pushed right wingers and shit. Yeah.
Right.
Because if someone gets in my fucking face, they've violated, because to me personally, a dignity being doesn't just own like their in a sense, the moment you touch their skin.
Right.
I don't think you can get so close to somebody that you violated their fucking space.
Yeah. No, everybody has a bubble, right?
Right? Yeah. So someone does that, then to me, you have already attacked me.
Yeah.
So I'm going back to, like I told you, I'm for non-aggression. But if somebody gets in they have been aggressive. I'm just reacting. So I'm just saying, I'm not doing aggression. You fucking are I'm defending myself. Anyways. Just because sometimes, how I say things, sometimes people get confused because they don't think of what the value is.
Right.
So, I told you before, I'm not a pacifist. Let's say that. Yeah. Not there's anything to me that people want to do that. But that's just not me. Like I said, I'm non-aggression. So to me, it's different.
Yeah. Yeah. Nothing's wrong with pacifism in theory, I suppose, but I could never do that 100%.
Well, I could never support it because, like this guy said, that he wouldn't, protect his family, because he wouldn't do something to harm or kill. And I said, yeah, that don't work for me.
Yeah, like I don't know.
That literally just does not work for me.
Yeah, it makes me think of like the Wheel of Time series. It's a fantasy series.
Yeah.
And there's a group of people that they follow what they call the Way of the Leaf. So they don't have weapons. They just they're pure pacifists.
Right.
And if they can't run away, then they'll die. And if somebody attacks them, so be it. And you go like, I just can't do that. I just couldn't be like that. Like, it just seems like.
No, because for me personally, a good person does not stand by at the harm of others.
Yeah.
When they can do otherwise.
That's right.
You're not a good person. Hey, if that's what you want to be. But I'm just saying, if you don't help people and you fucking can, you're literally not a good person to me. Because you could have done something, you chose not to.
Yeah.
So if you're okay to not be a good person, that's fine. But speaking of good person, here's a good person here going to tell us about. Go ahead and introduce yourself, and he's going to tell us about the Vikings and Nordic culture and shamanism and paganism and Neo-paganism and Neo-Shamanism. I'm thinking you can speak for yourself, of course, but I just want to tell people. So he's an archaeologist. Go ahead.
So I'm Frederick, and this is my second time here, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I usually do a podcast about ancient aliens and pseudoscience and all of that. But, well, I didn't go to university studying ancient aliens, believe it or not.
Well, there's nothing to study about ancient aliens other than it's a conspiracy theory.
But I did most of my studies on Gotland and especially on Scandinavian Viking Age. And
well, can you tell people? I know you're assuming that everyone knows what Gotland. It's also probably where the Goths come from, is it not?
The large island in the center of the Baltic Sea, or the Baltic Lake, as we call it in Sweden.
Baltic Lake.
Yeah, it's a lake. It's not a sea.
It's not big enough.
Not big enough. It's just a lake. Anyway, it's been the trading hub that everybody wanted to control. The Danes, the Swedes, Russian. Everybody wants
Finland.
Gotland. And there's been theories that the Goth originates from Gotland, and it dates back for some time. But question is it just that the sounds are similar, or is there any truth to it? And so far, it's...
Well, I don't claim to know. I was just saying that I thought that it related to that.
Yeah, it's relate, but the question is how much, how large population? Is it a small migration wave that settled out and then built momentum, and they, come down to modern Poland and went through Europe that way?
Well, I know a lot about everything past 5,000 and older, but this is like 2,000, 3,000 or under for sure. All the Nordic stuff, so like Nordic Bronze Age, so down. I'm talking about before the Vikings instance. But
yeah.
So I'm way less familiar with all that. So that's why it's great that you're going to come on and talk and tell us about it.
How much do you know about the Viking Age?
I've watched the show Vikings, which I know is a propaganda show for nonsense, but it was enjoyable. I wouldn't call that knowing. I know that they didn't wear helmets because I've looked into that to debunk people saying they wore, horns. So I've done anti-pseudoscience or, anti-fetishizing Vikings a little bit, but not because I was trying to learn the Viking history, but because these people were, coming up with conspiracy theories, and I'm like, okay, I don't know Vikings, but that sounds crazy. It is crazy. What are you doing?
Yeah, and we can get to that in a moment. But yeah, we used to have a drinking game back at university with the Vikings.
Yeah.
After the first session, we learned you can't do hard liquor and do that game. And that was to take a drink every time you saw inaccuracy in the show.
Oh. You're already drunk, and it just got the credits at the beginning, right?
Yeah, just first commercial, everybody passed out. No, so the Vikings are one of those people that maybe got the short end of history in a sense, because they have been the source for pseudoscience since the 1600s, at least.
Oh, really?
So during the 1600s, the academia of that time tried to connect the runestones that they couldn't really read during this era
Right.
to Atlantis. So they try to prove with the rune stones that the
Hold on a second.
Vikings,
Why would they think Atlantis? Isn't that
because
supposed
they
to be
wanted
like
this.
past the things of Gibraltar or what, or some nonsense?
Yeah, there's a whole different story. But they wanted to have this great ancient civilization that the Swedes could look up to, and therefore, Atlantis was this lost mythological, esoteric idea that you could, hang your, alchemy recipes up on and base all of that on.
Yeah,
But
Well,
then,
you saying esoteric absolutely helps me understand it better.
yeah.
Like the motivation, like why. I always thought, what the heck is going on? Oh, I get it. They're seeing it. So am I getting it right that they see it almost like a metaphor and it didn't have to be real? Or am I
It
getting
was
it wrong?
real to them, but they
Oh, it was real?
use it in a sense that they wanted to get their knowledge from somewhere. So they wanted to, have this alchemy, create gold from nothing, that type of idea. And this is connected to the Atlantis myth, and that it was located in Sweden. Especially in Gamla Uppsala, that's never was really an island. So it's in central Sweden, very central. But you have these royal graves there, where they thought, oh, this must be Atlantis. We had culture up
Oh,
here
really?
too,
I
guys.
didn't know that. Seriously, I did not know that. Well, but like I told you before, I know some pseudoscience stuff, and I know when I hear sometimes people how they talk, I already know, oh, that sounds like pseudoscience.
Yeah. And what's interesting with the Vikings is during the 1700s, then you start to have this scientific approach. We're starting to, get this scientific approach to things. It's not perfected yet, mind you, but, we try to figure stuff out for real. So we start to, Atlantis maybe isn't Vikings in Scandinavia. That's probably not real. But then during the early 1800s is where things take a turn for the worse. So there was this movement who felt that the men in Sweden had become too feminine, too soft. They needed to find a new ideal, a warrior idea to, look up to, that they could merge their 1800 society views upon, so they can base it on historic sources. So our organization called Gotiska Förbundet, or the Goth Convent, got created, and they set out under the open skies and naming themselves fierce ancient Norse names like Leif or Sigurd the Bloodthirsty, and drank beer out of horns and sing songs and wrote poems about these manly, noble, courage Vikings who went out in battle strong-headed and fought to last man, while the women stayed at home during typical woman stuff.
Yeah, but well, isn't there a lot of female Vikings, or at least some,
that's
right?
the thing, that they created this Viking myth that we still see today in Vikings and other places. They created this in the 1800s, based the whole idea on the ideals of what they wanted gender norms and things to be like. So they wanted the woman to stay at home, take care of the kids, and take care of the home. Therefore, the Viking women were supposed to be submissive, just take care of the kids. They didn't do anything. So it even affected archaeology. So when archaeology started to become a discipline, they, of course, had this luggage of these noble warrior Vikings who did not let women, dictate very much or anything like that. So they, as soon as they stumbled upon these women warrior graves, they either just didn't care or stopped excavating, just we fill it up again, and not what we're looking for, or dug it up and then just didn't write it down somewhere. So we find these materials in the archives. So that's why we know so much less about the Viking woman compared to the Viking men, because the late 1800 archaeology didn't care about the women.
Sexism.
So Yeah, basically. And all
Totally.
of this, of course, then
Not
influence
basically,
these.
totally. Look at this show. There's no reason to beat around the bush. We call shit out. If you want to say fascists can fuck off, just go ahead. This is not no. I mean, unless you're for violence, and then this show is kind of anti-violence or non-aggression, I would say,
Yeah.
So I always tell people, anyone that comes to my show and promotes violence, I will challenge you.
No, I don't have those ideas. I had when I was younger, but I've maybe grown since, I hope, at least.
That's the idea, right?
Well, I don't even want to get going about my childhood. yeah, massive violence, lots of violence. But just like you're saying, you grew up. Yeah, I came to a place actually when I became an atheist in college, trying to be a drug and alcohol counselor. I became an atheist because they made me read history, and then they made me read science, and they made me read critical thinking, and that was it. The show was over. Religion was gone. But like I said, the next thing for me was also how am I going to behave? What is an ethical way to behave? And I had to realize that hurting people and being selfish like I was not good, and I needed to change. It was the first time I really realized I was a piece of shit. I mean, I looked in the mirror and I was like, I literally am someone I would be happy to hate. What the fuck have I done with my life? So go ahead. I'm gonna just throwing it out there.
No, but growth is important, and that's part of what education is for. So that's my approach with it. My earlier shows might have been a bit more aggressive than I present today, but I mean, education is, as anything, is about access. Some people don't have access to education, and therefore are more prone to be taken advantage of pseudoscientific ideas, since they don't have had the access to get knowledge, education, because, well, in most countries it costs a lot of money to access it, and even if you have the means, they might offer the proper teaching tools that you might have to rely on to really take this to you. So it's, while we might make fun of pseudoscience, we have to acknowledge that they, in many cases, are taking advantage of by the current system that we have set up with education.
Oh yeah, so, I feel for people. I'm real big on kindness. I always say that the truth should be offered as a gift. They can unwrap for themselves. So I don't offer it in a toxic way. And I believe in dignity attacks and dignity enrichments, which is their moral challenges. Like if I asked you, are you a good person, Frederick? It makes you feel challenged. It's a dignity attack because it's a moral question. It's not just a random, do you like the color red? I'm asking you, do you behave in a way that is morally consistent with a good person? That's a different kind of question. It's a moral judgment question. Anyways, but the reason I do that is to manipulate your behavior. Like, say if you were being mean to me, calling me names, I would say, is that the behavior of a good person? Are you demonstrating that for me? And then they feel convicted and guilty inside. And then that motivates the positive behavior to say no. But see, I also believe that as soon as they stop, I don't fight. I'm done. And I usually try to, that was good. I'm glad that you figured that out. Because what I point is the same way with teaching science, I think. We have to have a heart of care in a teacher. A teacher doesn't belittle the student, do they? So I see people talking online, and believe me, I'm not saying I don't want to belittle them, especially some of the people online. But I go back to, what am I trying to achieve? If I'm trying to achieve a belittling someone, well, then I'm actually just a dickhead. But if I'm trying to teach someone, then that is a behavior of a good person. And a teacher does not belittle. A teacher is patient. A teacher is kind. Teacher tries to also become educated, which I've tried to do. That's why people think that I'm an academic, and I'm not. I'm just a revolutionary that realizes that education, as you talked at the beginning, is so important that I spent 15 years of my life reading as much non-fiction as I almost physically could put in my brain, because I realized the truth really does matter. So that's why we had you on last time. I like that show. You know how irritating it is, the ancient aliens, even for me. I mean, I'm not an archaeologist. I have a bachelor's in psychology. I have nothing else. The other one thinks I had in philosophy because I understand so well, but it's just because I like it and I'm good at it.
Yeah.
But all that is because of the thing. But it goes back to me, a good person. That's why I think, like, if people like Viking culture or whatever, or even Nordic or shamanism or paganism, make it real to the real history. Don't be like LARPing as a Viking or something. What I mean is going and doing something you're not actually, or is not actually even Viking. Like you said, being homophobic and being, women are, sexist. That's not accurate. Not the way you're projecting it. You know what I'm saying?
No, and I mean, most people aren't aware about this part of the Viking history. They might learn about, years or the travels that they don't really comprehend the luggage that come within talking about the Viking age and what have influenced our pop culture view of our perceived idea of this era and the people living within it. For example, we haven't now realized that it's sexist, building on 1800 ideas, and then we get to World War II, and things don't go for the better, of course, since the Nazis, of course, saw these brave, noble, pure-blood Vikings, and we know that the Vikings were far from pure blood. They married everyone and everything. And, I mean, not married either. There was a lot of sexual assault and things like that involved. And if you want to get more in that idea, that story, I think Ibn Fadlan's account on how the Vikings behave would really change most people's mind on.
Could you tell us a little bit?
So
I don't even know. So I know it's probably like me sometimes when I talk about prehistory to Corey. Corey's like, dude, I'm an anarchist, and you're talking about like, Paleolithic China, or whatever. Anyways, go ahead.
So Corey, no, but Ibn Fadlan was an Arabic diplomat who traveled to the Rus in Volga in Central Europe, and he met what he described as the Rus, and he suggested that these are Scandinavian, and a lot of these ideas, or what he described, would fit in with what we know about Viking culture. The issue there is they might have been Scandinavian and they might have not been, because the Viking world is not just Scandinavia. The Vikings colonized places in Poland, in Finland, the Baltic area. They went further down towards modern Kiev, Ukraine, to the Black Sea, and set up colonies there. They were colonizers, and they brought their culture, but you know how culture becomes when you spread it out. It changes, it shapes from those who then become part of it. So the question
also,
is,
one second about
really...
that. I was just gonna make a comment. That's what I try to explain about religion. I told you before, even though I use big terms like shamanism, I do not believe that it was the same thing all the time. It kept changing and morphing and adding new from the old culture and some from the new culture, and then some just invented. I mean, it's new invented. I mean, so it's like religion today. Like there's like, I think 49,000, denominations of Christian. Yeah. It's only been 2,000 years, so you can see variation is the norm. But go ahead.
Yeah, but so we probably see Scandinavian or Viking culture in action, and Ibn Fadlan is where the Viking tattoos originate from, because Ibn Fadlan in his account described the Vikings having the translation there from Arabic. I mean, either that they have some sort of body paint, some sort of henna tattoo maybe, or that they used real tattoos. But they had trees and stuff on them, from tip of their toes to their neck.
Oh, really?
He mentioned, but nothing in the face, nothing above it.
Is the tree of life or something, or the Yarl tree or something?
That's
Or what? I'm probably saying it wrong. You know what I'm talking about?
yeah, the tree between the world.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Now I'm super confused.
What I said? No.
No, it's just
No, I was
when you
joking. I
speak
know it's
another
not.
language and just things
Oh, the
just
language. Well,
go. So it's Yggdrasil, the
well,
tree that you're
just
referring to.
yeah, I apologize. And like I've said before, no one should ever take any culture that I use the name as it's the correct way to say it. I literally am a dumb shit when it comes to saying the correct names. I'm a true American. Dumb as hell when it comes to other culture. And so it's hard for me to articulate. I was raised in the streets, the gangs and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm self-educated. Besides my bachelor's in psychology, every other thing I know is self-educated or self-created. But I of course am limited in some areas because of that. So I do apologize, and like I said, I do try, but I suck. Oh yeah. I call it the Gravitans and Orcanation cultures. That probably is not exactly how it's. I mean, I think when we had John Hoops on, he goes, "Yeah, that's not how you say it, Damien." I'm like, yeah, I know. Sorry, I'm informed at what happened, but I don't say the names right.
Yeah, I can struggle with the names a bit too. It's hard speaking other languages.
It is, but I just wanted to say I don't take it lightly. I wish I could, so it's on me. And so I'm saying it's not like I believe that we shouldn't try to say the words correctly. I would appreciate if I could do that, but that's not a very big skill I have. Just being honest.
But if we go back to this account from Ibn Fadlan, he then goes to describe how dirty the Viking were, which contrasts with other sources we have about their hygiene, but he really paints these foul, dirty Vikings that we are familiar with. And he also then described what seems to be a burial for a chieftain. And in the account, there's a lot of sexual assault, especially towards the female slave. So it seems, and we have that also in other sources, and even in the sagas from the Vikings, they seem to treat especially female slave as a sexual commodity, which of course kind of differ from this noble idea of the Viking warrior. But they were not a very liberal people in that sense, at least. They have their upsides, but within every ancient culture,
Was there open homosexuality in Viking culture?
They seem to not really have cared. The few accounts I can remember is that they didn't really care about homosexual in that sense. They seem to have how should I put it in English? They seem to have their opinions about men who are receiving the other man. That seems a bit less, but the question is that an 18th century idea that still lives on?
Right.
Or is it something else? I haven't.
Did it actually come out of the Viking culture?
Yeah, I just heard that floated around, and I even heard it back at university and stuff, but I haven't really looked into it, so I don't dare to say with certainty what I thought. Just that.
Well, I'm just wondering, because I always think that, because you have to. Society has like whitewashed queer people right out of the world. So I always think, not that it has to be that, but I remind myself that I need to also add that as an option. that people have always been queer people. It's not so. I think like when I hear a culture and stuff, I always also because I feel like the toxic Viking mentality culture that I see the right using, in a sense, is this homosexual, anti-homosexual, sexist, misogynistic, violence, whatever, not caring, culture, in a sense. But I don't think that was 100% accurate to me, what it feels like, to the Vikings.
No, I think there must have been, but the Vikings seems to don't really have cared. And we can see traces of it. The issue there again with the Vikings, they didn't leave too much written about themselves by themselves. We have runestones, we have some preserved materials and letters, but not too much. And most of the sagas and other accounts of them is written from a Christian perspective.
Right.
Even if they're Norwegians and Swedes, Icelandic, who write these accounts, they are writing it in a Christian context. And we see, especially in the story, on how Thor and Loki trying to get Freya out of marriage to one of the giants. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but this account where Loki is accidentally promising Freya to a giant.
Well, I thought the giants. Well, I know. I've watched also Thor and other. I've watched some mythology shows, but I've noted a little. Well, like I said, once again, most of my stuff is really nonfiction, prehistory, before 5,000. I do know some other stuff because I realize that a lot of like Indo-European, but see, I see it larger than that. Coming from the north, you have multiple ideas that are the same. I think shamanism evolves into paganism, or they blend together as a kind of unit because of agriculture thinking or values, in a sense. And then but cultures, I think, were just constantly, because to me, you have 5,000 years ago, you have the Uralic language goes north to, I don't care where that peninsula is in middle Siberia, but then the Nagata people, but I'm saying it wrong, NC DNA, that in 1C DNA goes all the way to Sweden, and that every single part is a different language that relates to and then leads to Fennoscandia and then Sami, and splits off. Because the Sweden itself, like the southern, which I think of Sweden, I think of, because originally, too, like the originally southern Sweden and then northern was Sami, in a sense, right? I mean,
so the Sami had their Samic area quite large of the North Sweden until the 1600, where then the state started to colonize the area more and trying to suppress the Samic culture to an extent where it was almost obliterated during the 1600. There was even death penalty to use the shamanic drums that the Samic people utilized.
Oh, jeez.
So there's accounts
the death penalty. That's insane.
Yeah, so there's account or court records of these trials, and the last one sentenced to death was in 1698 or something like that. So it's very recent, and I mean, even if they didn't kill people after, it was still death penalty up to 1780, something like that. So even if they didn't enforce the punishment, it wasn't really something that you want to be catched with. And most of the shamanic drums that still preserved are from court cases. Basically, they took them in as evidence in witch trials, more or less.
Wow. Yeah, even though I'm an anti-religionist, I'm also a secularist. So I believe everybody has a right to their own mind and their own thinking, and I don't want a society that forces anyone to do atheism either. No.
No, but if we return to the giants and Thor, in one of the stories, he dressed up as a woman, which in the Christian account is described as something ridiculous almost. But if you read through the text, it seems as the Vikings didn't really care about that. He dressed like a woman, so what is the idea? If you read beneath the Christian context, because the Christian writer is, oh, look, he looks like a woman,
right, yeah, I get
that
it.
type of stuff. But if you look deeper into the story, it might not have been that, weird to the Viking age person living in the earlier cultures where this was the stories that you shared with each others.
Right, and that's why I'm saying is I think that's important, that if these people want to think they're going out and playing Viking, then they shouldn't be playing, some kind of Marvel comic. They should be actually, if you want to think that you want to do something legitimate, go do it legitimate. Otherwise, it's just a Marvel comic. It's not anything. And in fact, it could be cultural appropriation, because the way you're doing it is super offensive.
Yeah, and that's something I've managed to get myself into recently. So since it's Halloween time, I start to see more and more of these Viking cosplayers on TikTok in this case.
Right.
And you had these people dressing with chin lines and all of that and singing fake Viking songs and all that. So I made a video recently about that the Vikings did not have face tattoos. As I mentioned, we have one account of the Vikings having tattoos, and that specifies that it's not in the face. And then we have another account from another Arabic scholars who's mentioned that they used eyeliners, which is quite different from, full Inuk face paint or tattoos.
And it also sounds a lot more feminine. I like eyeliner too, so hey.
But he mentioned that the Scandinavian are very handsome and they use kohl, which is a type of Arabic name for eyelining. They use kohl that makes themselves look even more attractive about both men and women. So both men and women use this kohl to make themselves look prettier. But he doesn't write it in a sense. We don't have the original account left. We only have bits and pieces from other, sources that cite this source. But he don't mention face tattoos. But what they are basically doing is taking the Inuk culture from Greenland, Alaska, northern Canada, the indigenous people there, who for years have been fighting for right to their own culture. For a long time, these face markings were illegal in Canada and Greenland and other places. I think it was up to the 1970s.
Ridiculous.
So they recently rediscovered this, and they have on multiple occasions gone out and said this is a closed practice because it means a lot. We have been forbidden. Please just respect that we are doing this and you are not welcome to participate in it. But cosplayers have appropriated these and start to use the same lines in their Viking makeups. And they are fending this tooth and nail. The video I put out have somewhat over millions view, and most are just hateful comments on that. So there's a lot of fragile snowflakes who are very sad that they can't steal other people's culture. And but they also, it's not just that you're taking someone's culture, it's also as the women who are the main practitioners of these face tattoos, they are being fetishized and exoticized, and they are experiencing sexual assault again, and even being subjected to human trafficking and things like that due to these markings, because it is becoming a fetish in the darker areas. So it's putting these type of women where cosplayers who make themselves ultra sexualized from the start, because if that's what you're comfortable with, you're welcome to do it. But in this case, they put others in danger by doing this, which is also something they don't want to acknowledge or accept. And they get super upset when you point out that this is not the Viking look, and the Vikings would have asked by Baldur's balls, what are you doing there, basically.
Right. Well, that's what I was saying also, like when I mentioned it before you started telling us this stuff, I said that they want to say they're Vikings, and then they do something that's closer to a comic book than anything in reality anyways. And then they do it disrespectfully on top of that. It's like, and then they have the gall to then justify that, hey, I'm doing good stuff here. Like, literally, you're not.
Yeah, and I understand that that you want to maybe connect your heritage. It's mostly Americans that seem to be the biggest defender of this appropriation, and I understand that
Well,
you
I,
want to
well,
connect.
I sent you my heritage. That wasn't because I'm
Yeah.
trying to prove I'm anything. Actually, I wanted to understand because I like to know who I am and stuff, and then also know what
Hmm.
cultures and stuff. But yeah, I don't go around, right? I don't go around saying I'm from Sweden and Norway, which a lot of my DNA is, right? How often do I say it? Never. In fact, most people don't even know that. Yeah, I'm saying so, and I don't go around saying Viking. Just like I said, I like Viking music because I think it sounds fucking cool, not
Yeah.
because I think that what they're doing is accurate to Viking history, nor do I think that anything other than I'm just enjoying the sound. But I do think that sometimes those people are, as you said, promoting stuff and even bigotry that they don't even realize.
Yeah,
So
and some of this bigotry, because within the neo-pagan movement, especially within the Viking movement, since the Vikings were connected to the Nazi during World War II and all of that, we have a lot of neo-paganism that's founded in promoting ethnic purity or nationalistic ideas, and that's two very strong groups. They're very present, but they are very under the radar, and I think they influencing a lot of these initial ideas on setting how neo-pagan should behave, act, and all of that,
right.
and then just put it out there without really taking credit for it, because we see a lot of these racist, nationalistic ideas connected to the Vikings that never really existed. The Vikings didn't have any states; they had little chieftains,
Exactly.
very split up. Sure, later Norwegians and Danes took over a lot of Britain and all of that, and starting this empire building. But if you look at the pure period where the Vikings were, the golden age of Viking age, they were not empires. They were not trying to be empires. They were
Right.
little chieftain working from that, slowly starting to become stratified, starting to become empiristic. And Sweden and Norway have two different paths towards this goal. Same with Denmark and all of that.
Right.
So there was not a Scandinavian culture per se. We influence
Right.
and we
They all were
change,
doing
but
something different a little bit.
yeah,
Which is like even though they're all in a sense stemmed from the Germanic, and Germanic it relates to the Nordic
mm,
Bronze Age stuff, and it's all Indo-European. Just like it goes to the Celts, like you said, the ones went over to the thing they brought because different. I think there's two different Celts that go into England. Two different language, I think I can't remember. It's Celtic A or B or something. I can't remember now.
yeah, you have the Picts. I'm quite bad at the English.
Yeah. Like I said, well, it's too young for me. You start talking older, I got a lot more efficiency. I start talking younger. And the reason, by the way, the reason I went to find out the old stuff is not like Graham Hancock to try to do anything. I actually started at like 3 million years
Yeah.
and went from there down. So I'm just saying, it's not like I tried to prove anything. It was about education. I wanted to know what happened and how did religion, how did culture, were we always homophobic, sexist, or whatever. I wanted to know. Because like I said, as a revolutionary, anarchist socialist, I want to inspire and help people to be
Mm.
better. And the one thing we need to do is learn from the past, to not keep doing the same dumb shit. Or like you were saying, have fake things. We look at the past, we think, but it's a myth because it's not a real Viking, and then we act like what we think the Vikings did, and they didn't even do that. I mean, it's ludicrous, and it's not even helpful.
No, we can't proceed as a society if we base it on myth and legends, so to say.
Exactly.
I think we can learn more if we get to the truth of the matters. But yeah, that's the myth about the Vikings, and a lot of it originates from, as we now learned, it was Wagner, for example, his opera, the Nuremberg Ring, and maybe that's the race car track. Yeah, his opera with the Valkyries and all of that. It's
I
there
but
the horn
Valkyries, right?
helmets
Right? Or
come from.
Valkyrs, Valkyrs,
Yeah, the Valkyries, his
and
opera.
those aren't those like angels or something, or right or something?
They
Valkyries,
are a
like
bit
birds.
complex. It's women who is serving in the hall of Odin, who walked the battlefield after the battle and picked
And
out the
pick the
bravest
people, right?
warriors. What's often not talked about is that Freya, the god of love, also had her type of Valkyries. I forgot their names now.
Hmm.
But she also went out and picked up warriors and brought to
I didn't
her
know that.
hall. But we mainly focus on Odin because that's male, and you went to the hall and you feasted and you during the night and drank, and then you killed each other during the day, and then you went back and drank and feasted. But the Viking afterlife is quite different to what we think about from our modern Western roots. So they had this idea of an afterlife, and we usually, you might have heard this Hel,
Yeah,
similar to
isn't it like the
hell.
roots of the tree or something? Or under the
It's
tree
yeah,
or something?
beneath the tree where all the dead who didn't die in battle or was picked up by Freya went for their afterlife. And it's usually described as a quite a dull place. Everything is gray, nothing really happening. You're not fighting, you're not feasting, you're just existing, but in a normal day, because the gods can apparently die in this world. So Balder dies, one of the most handsome gods, because Loki was a bit jealous about this. But he dies and go to Hel. Thor and the others go and go and get him a little, but like Odysseus and the Greek epos there. But when they come to Balder, he don't want to leave. He's comfortable there. So it's not like you're going to hell. You're just going to a
Right.
place of existence where you don't fight and feast. But since they are not the manly ideas of the 1800s, I think we just kind of picture it as a hell,
Or-
since they
yeah.
wanted to go
Right.
to Odin's hall, to Valhalla, and fight and
Drinking and
feast.
feasting and bragging.
Yeah.
I don't know. The chill one seems a little better to me, but
Yeah, really.
Yeah, there's depicted on how Baldur sit there playing games. Yep.
that's not bad.
Really.
Don't have to worry about anything. I'm dead. This is, how death is.
Right on. Well,
So,
we know that scientifically there's no life after death because there's no thing called a magical spirit inside of a natural body. So,
yeah. No, but I always think that this idea of Valhalla is again based on our ideas of these manly Vikings, and we kind of again leave Freya to not as important as the Hall of Odin, even if she was very important within the society, but and Thor even more towards the common man. But something that's usually not talked about is slavery within the Viking Age. And that's something I see, especially in Sweden, on different forums, that many don't want to acknowledge that the Vikings had slaves to start with, even if we have
you're
some
kidding. Someone
scant
says the
accounts.
Vikings didn't have slaves?
Yeah, because they don't really want to deal with it, or they had slaves, but like one or two of them, not many. But recent studies actually have shown that the Vikings probably had a lot more slaves going on than previously understood, because we have started to look at the sail. The sail was an invention that was not invented in Scandinavia until the Viking Age. So until around 750, we did not use sails in Scandinavia. We rowed or we walked. We
Huh.
didn't sail. But with the invention
didn't
of
know that.
sail and travels, we started this vicious cycle. To make one of these sails, you need wool, because that was the material available. Wool and flax, if you were lucky, in combination. But to make one sail for one ship, you needed about 4 years of manual labor for one
Wow.
person.
That's insane.
So that's a lot of work hours for, a typical housewife to do herself. And then you think about all the other things. So you have 32 crews that are going on that ship. All of them need sets of clothes for traveling the water, sets of clothes on land. They need tents, rugs, backup sail. All of that is wool. So just 15 years or so, something for equipment on one ship.
Right.
Wow.
And then some of the biggest fleets are like 200 ships. You're going to equip those
Yeah.
with all this. And then you have all the other work that goes on because you had to support yourself, and that you did by growing your own food. So everybody on the farm had basically to help out there, do the sales, and it's impossible for them to do this. And we also see how the sales starting to grow. We start to see abandonment on farms. Previously, it's been thought that the abandonment was, starvation or migration. But now it seems like it's consideration of the farm. So they shift in how their family structure was. Instead of several small farms, they go together, one big farm, because they need the grassland for the 4 million or so sheep that was needed for all this wool that has been calculated in Scandinavia. And it's
4
impossible
million
that you're
sheep.
going to take care of all those sheep without, additional resources. And then now we're not even talking about cutting the trees for, the ships themselves, or making the rivets to, seal them, all of that. So, everything just spiral, and it's impossible that, they did it in small family clan, equipped these in a manner that, it's doable, because they go on these raids every year, every couple of years. There's no way that you can do all of this within this time frame without additional people. So basically, the invention of the slave in Scandinavia led to a vicious cycle where they went out, plunder, pillage, taking more slaves to make more sails, to make more bows, to take more slaves, to make more sails. So it's a bit unspoken about part of the Viking age, but and we also see when this farms on to form in larger groups, that they build structures that's sunken down in the ground. So they have a sunken down, so you almost sit in a basement, and then you have pillars, roof going over. And these are weaving huts. And the condition within them must have been horrible when you're spinning and weaving. So I don't think a free woman would really sit in there 8 or 10 hours a day.
Right.
And, all the wool leaves
It's
particles.
like a sweatshop. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically build 2 or 3 sweatshops on their farms, and then they weave. Again, you don't need 3 weaving huts if you're even a large extended family is too much. And we find these weave stools still in place in some cases, basically blocking the doors. It wasn't meant that you weren't, leaving that very often. Again, not something we see in the sagas or things that the women were, weaving and weaving. So this was a sweatshop industry, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I
again,
have a question. A lot of times when I see that, it seems like a small version of capitalism. So I mean, I'm not claiming it's like the corporate capitalism that's insane all over the earth now, but I mean, this utilizing, because I feel like besides the fact that capitalism pays you like a slave wage in a sense, behavior that's similar to that, like I told someone, when does it go from slavery, zero in a sense income, and then a livable wage, right? Is it just after slavery, like 1 penny, or or whatever, the smallest amount of money in Sweden, is that now not slavery, as long as it's not the lowest amount of money?
yeah.
So anyways, what I'm just saying is, can you tell us what your opinion is? Not mine, but what's your opinion? Not even what's, in other words, I'm not saying don't read Marx or think about, what an economist would say. I'm just saying, you as an archaeologist, what's your opinion? Does that look like a similar system of, in a sense, organized,
I mean, in
removing
Sweden,
of labor value?
Yeah, we went to this type of feudal system. So you wasn't really allowed to move, and you had to work the
Right, yeah, feudalism.
landowner's land to get yours. I mean, while you call it feudalism, it's just slavery with extra steps. I mean,
Right.
you're not free if you're not free to move and can,
Yeah.
set your own value to some sense. And while we come a long way, I think we have a long way forward to get to that point in history. I mean, everything gets better to some extent, but I mean, it's
But
relative.
we still have, it's amazing. If this is the greatest system, then this system still produces homelessness. This system still produces people that can't pay for healthcare or die because even in countries where, in a sense, the healthcare is paid for, that doesn't mean that they're doing all the preventative stuff that a person that had unlimited wealth would do. They wait almost till you break and then they fix what's broke.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the mentality, we should teach, just like, should we only wait to teach archaeology actual history when the pseudoscience presents it, or should we just teach it all the time?
Yeah, and that's the issue with the current, especially here in Sweden. I looked at the the latest education plan on when you're going to learn about the different stuff. And I noticed that we learn about the Sami people. I didn't learn anything about the Sami people when I was in school. But they're
That's
going
crazy.
to bring that up in middle school, so 3rd to 6th grade somewhere, which is way too young to really talk about the structural racism and colonialism towards the Sami people. So there a lot of, information will be lost. In the same time, we will talk about the Viking Age. Again, you can't really explain how 18th century masculinity that was very fragile influenced Nazism in a good manner. So you have to you need to leave more about this into the older ages, because then you can start to understand the constructs. And while of course it's best to start early, laying a foundation on what history is, I still think Sweden as an example, we spent too much time learning about who was a king when, where. I mean, who cares about the 22nd president in the US? And I'm sure that one of you might be able to say that because
Nope,
you
no idea.
it.
well, he's Canadian. I'm the American, unfortunately. And in America, to me, even Canada, which I don't like its system, is still better than America. I've been there, and I've seen stuff about Scandinavia. It certainly is better than America. Anyways, so yeah, I always laugh how people are so proud to be Americans. Don't you have to have something to value to be proud about?
How low is your standard?
Yeah, what are you like, anyways, but it goes back to like what you said, don't people deserve to be free? Well, real liberty doesn't say you can't do this or that. Like all these laws in America now are going backwards. Women can't have abortions and people can't do things. Yeah. But yet, like you said, but they're then pushing more of this toxic masculinity. They're trying to push sexism again, homophobia again. It's like, what? Oh, the word's going backwards.
Yeah, I mean, you need a foundation to stand on, what history is, but we spend too much time learning dates and stuff. And I mean, when you get up to university age, I think I made a whole examination without mentioning a year or anything. I just wrote about different concepts and how they influenced each other. I even mentioned that I don't remember exactly when this was, but it was roughly this time period. I got full because nobody cares about the the exact date. You can look it up later
Yeah.
when you're writing your paper and all of that, but understanding how things hang together is far more important. Sure, you need some foundation to do that, but you don't
Yeah.
need to know every single king that
It's not
ruled
just a
Sweden
series of
from.
remembering dates and names.
Well,
Yeah,
also to
because
me, I feel like let's just say that even if it was 100% accurate about a king or all kings, that does not tell you what the general people were like.
no,
Not even close.
and it doesn't tell you about the society, but you're expected to know society from the kings or
Exactly.
the period
Right,
where they
right.
lived in. But we need to focus more on the society where they operate. Sure, we might, mention who was king when and where, and you can always go and look that up later if that's what interests you. Some people like, learning on who was king when and do the genealogies and all of that. But to
Well, being
understand,
an anarchist, I literally don't care.
no,
That's right.
but that's the part of
I mean, I
big
do want to learn
history.
history, but I forget kings because I literally don't care. All I remember is learning. But I don't know what the percentage, but I remember learning horrific thing about Genghis Khan killed so many people in Europe that it actually lowered the climate or something because they weren't doing slash and burn agriculture, and they weren't doing agriculture and burning stuff or whatever, and so enough people in areas were killed, and I just thought, see, that's one thing why I just can't. I'm for non-aggression. That's also why I don't even though the Vikings or even any kind of, you say, kings or countries, people worship like the wrong people. They, instead of valuing like the most kind person, we value the person that's the most psychotic and murderous.
Yeah, and the Vikings had a bit of that. They were very opportunistic. We usually picture them as, these warriors, but if the trading was good, they did trade. If the raiding was good, they would raid. There was, capitalist if there was one.
Right. And that's what I was saying is I feel like that I don't feel that way. How I see capitalism, to me, 7,000 years ago in Germany, you start to see a real difference in the homesteads. Like you can even see like the archaeological imprint of like how big their barn was. And then you have these little ones that don't have almost no barn or no thing you can see. And then they're raiding and killing each other. Massive. The first group killings are all up in that area. So to me, it's a behavior because it's saying I can kill and take. It's this whole, and starts there, and then you can see it in the genetics, like I've read before, from 7,000 to 5,000 male clans basically try to wipe each other out. Yeah, not good stuff. But my point is, I see that also related to capitalism because it wasn't just the violent culture, like you were saying with Vikings. They only focus on the warrior culture, not the economic culture. They like forget that, oh yeah, they were absolutely doing an economic culture.
Yeah, they were extremely economical, or interest. We have this huge silver treasure, especially from the Arabic countries. Most of them is found on Gotland because mostly Gotlandic went that way and brought it up. But yeah, they were into acquiring wealth, and that's the reason why they went out in the first place. It was colonization, it was financial gain, it was slavery.
Yeah. And I was wanted to talk more what you said you had seen, because I see it too. Like I said, in America, all these right-wing nut jobs are all into, he's like the QAnon shaman putting on stupid, not real, stuff and calling himself a shaman and all, just.
Yeah.
So can you
No,
tell
but
us some of your stuff that you said you were aware of?
sorry, I didn't catch you.
I said, can you explain the stuff you're aware of, how this kind of culture relates to the conservative or right wing or white supremacists or Nazis or whatever, like a little more like in depth about the relation?
I mean, most of it originates from the World War II Nazis, because they, again, as I mentioned briefly, they wanted this idea of this pure warrior people. And
yeah.
you know, the Götiska Förbundet that we started with founded this idea of this pure, masculine, manly people. And they took this and they started to incorporate these ideas within their Nazi regime culture and start to bastardize. And we have a lot of things that's described as Viking Age or Norse pagan, but it's really pure Nazi symbology. For example, the idea of Svarte Sonne or the Black Sun, more familiar, is tied to
I'm not
Heinrich.
familiar with it.
It's a symbol that we find in the Velvesburg Castle in the floor, and it has been picked up especially in the esoteric neo-Nazi movement and neo-Nazi pagan movement. And it's usually depicted as being a Norse symbol. It's like a circle, and then you have 12 what looks like S runes, the sig,
Yeah.
that type of symbol, 12 of those, and then a circle around that. And it's not really Norse. It's actually Merovingian. It's French.
Oh, really?
But the neo-pagan has tied that to the Norse symbology, even if there's no depiction similar to it. There's one depiction I found by accident on a petroglyph from Bronze Age when I was out traveling this summer, but I don't really think that was the inspiration for what we see in the Velvesburg Castle, because I'm not sure if it was even discovered at that time. But we have more of these French symbols in graves from the 800 that would be known to Himmler and others. But they incorporate this aesthetic of of the Viking culture within their culture, and then this has been picked up by esoteric Nazism, because esoteric Nazism is far more region that you might want to be aware of. They getting their hands into the ancient alien movement, for example.
Really?
They even on the Ancient Alien show, they quote literal neo-Nazis.
Oh, I don't watch that show.
No.
Just so people know, just to be honest, when it first came out, I thought it was a joke. No, I mean seriously, like this is like foolishness. What I mean is like a spoof, like a comedy where they try to act like they're serious, but it's not serious.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's what's funny, because it's not serious. And so I first watched the show and I thought, wow, that was funny as hell. And then everyone took it serious, and I went, oh.
Oh no!
But satire is dead.
I watched like maybe 2 or 3 other shows, and I just go,
they don't get better, I can promise you that at least. But but this esoteric Nazism is influenced everything from neo-paganism to our other ideas of the Vikings. Again, that's why it's critical to be aware about the influences of our pop culture idea, because
I agree.
as we
who
see,
wants to
everything
be supporting
goes.
Nazi ideas? What?
Yeah, but they are clever in that sense that they are managed to hide this Nazi esotericism within the neo-pagan movement. So there's only a core people who is really controlling this and spreading it to the bleacher filming, the illiterati and all of that, who is then picking it up in their wholesome neo-pagan, I'm a free spirit type of thing. Right. But they don't realize the origin, because they don't do the research themselves. They are listening to other people, who is listening to other people, who, the sources just go to one source. They don't really look anything up. They're not source criticisms. But again, this is not the fault of these people per se. It's the fault of the system that they operate in, that haven't given them the tools or giving the ability to take this tool, because critical thinking is not something you just do. is something you acquire, is a learned skill
Yeah.
that you have to practice all the time. And source criticism, how do you evaluate a good source from a bad source? How many can difference between how valuable a second-hand source is compared to a first-hand source? When does it come a second-hand source? There's a lot of work that you have to put into this. And then we have how many can determine is a scientific paper is of value or not. Because reading a scientific paper is also additional skill. So we have all these gates that separate the person
yeah. Just
from...
like I do a lot of stuff on genetics. I've read tons of stuff on genetics. Not on like the science of it, but how to understand what they're presented to me. To understand it like as in, you know, through not just through time, but like through space too, in a sense, like understanding, I have videos on and stuff about China, about how China 20,000 years ago in DNA goes from there up to Siberia by 14,000 in DNA. And in DNA also becomes the Samis and all the Uralic languages. And it started 20,000 years ago with the making of pottery in southern China or whatever. And it goes, I mean, it's crazy, but that's what I mean about understanding. But when I first looked at it, they just like, they'll say in DNA, just list all these cultures. That's not helpful. It's literally not helpful. Because they're like, well, it relates to this. You're like,
yeah, so
what does that
it's
mean?
a skill. And then you also have these journals that give the sense of being scientific, but basically publish anything as long as they, you know, pay them money, which again,
that's not
how
good.
are you supposed as a layperson to be able to differentiate a peer-reviewed paper from what claimed to be a peer-reviewed paper?
Well, I personally think ethically that if somebody's paying for a paper, the paper at the minimum should say this was an advertised payment or whatever. I mean, I don't know if I think that's
and
even...
that's also the difficulty in, especially in science, that what you don't know is that the papers, you actually have to pay them anyway to get published, even in the biggest like Nature and all of that. And you don't get any money from the papers that they sell.
Yeah, because capitalism and science has got to be a good thing.
Yeah, good combo. That's
the
best.
Because capitalism breeds innovation. Yeah, you mean like innovation to try to figure out how can I steal more money?
So yeah, again, so you have people paying, then you have other people paying, but how
I didn't know
should you
that
as a
everybody
layperson...
pays. That's disgusting.
There is journals who are free, and there's even journals that's open access. But
I like those. And I've read probably 10,000 articles on open journals, and I put all the information in my blogs too. But that's why I also give all my stuff for free, because all the stuff I've learned, it took 15, 20 years. I've been since 2006. I've been studying history. So 2006 is a few years ago. But I do it all for free for exactly the reason you're saying. I don't want as an activism thing. I do it for free as a form of activism. I do not want there to be a limitation to knowledge. I want to try to help everybody. That's also why I try to explain some concept, really complicated, say philosophy or complicated archaeology or complicated DNA. I'm trying to explore even religion, how complicated it is. I'm trying to simplify it, not to do some kind of a bad take on what it really is, because it's always like more complicated, but just to try to get at least a good structure of the basics. That's what I try to do, because everything, people, as you know too, like TikTok, people don't want to spend even an hour or 2 hours listening to Damien's video where I do talk about good stuff, because this whole culture, they don't want to learn, they don't want to read, but I always think, and you think that's going to produce what exactly? A better society or a worse one?
Yeah, the attention span is low, so you have to be quick with everything.
Yeah.
But
Well, I'm not.
vicious.
I would say that's my one fault. I like it long and thorough. That's what I like.
Yeah, I have issues with... I mean, I don't think I have a TikTok video less than 3 minutes, and I think most Most of them are supposed to be less than 1, so
Oh, really?
But they let
Yeah.
you have up to 5, so
no, up to 10 even. I have
Oh, 10 now?
a couple of those, but they
Wow.
get like 10 views, something like that. It's not too popular.
yeah.
I know someone
But
asked
yeah.
me, "What, Damien? Why aren't you on TikTok?" And I'm like, "Have you looked at any of my videos? Almost every video is like 3 hours. Do you really think I could do a TikTok? No, I literally think I can't. If I just explained who I am, like everything about me, it would be longer than a TikTok video."
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I tend to end up at 5. But yeah, recently it's gone better there. So I think there's hope for the platform, especially within the history movement.
Well, I appreciate what you do. And I also, out there, I appreciate all the historians and archaeologists that put up with some of the most horrid people. And you're just trying to tell the truth. It's literally disgusting. And they put you down and they say you're wrong and you're, oh, yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes, reality can't really beat fantasy. I had my favorite comment recently was pagan medium tarot card reader who
Sure.
commented on my Viking video that you should not steal people's culture.
Oh,
We need to listen more on the scientists.
hey, that's good. See, you're doing good work.
There you
No,
go.
Yeah, but
seriously.
it was
But because I feel like sometimes people say I don't do that good because I only helped a few people. Yeah, but my mentality, that is literally what everyone should do. Everyone should help a few people. If we all help a few people, then the entire world will be helped.
Yeah, but it was just such a disconnect to see this, who all have all these videos on tarot card reading, to speak with the dead and all of that. So, we need to listen more on science. I just felt it's a little bit funny, a little bit.
Well, it is funny. Well, it's like I told you, a lot of things are funny and a lot of things online are mean, like in the sense that someone treats me mean. My desire, of course, is to be mean back. That would be my desire. That's not my behavior. There's a difference because I have moral behavior and I hold myself to accountability. And so I go, I'm not going to engage in coercion. I'm not going to be harassing. I feel like all that is just, it's below me. Is that, if I think of the highest attributes of a human being that I want to be, are they really the ones I want to choose picking on people? Seriously? No.
No, but I think there's a new media landscape we're going into, and we see a lot more threats towards academia.
Oh, it's disgusting.
And I brought it up in several episodes and other inlays that we see this threat, real death threats. Talked just yesterday with another historic educator who get 3 or 5 death threats for just, and she's not publishing, critical stuff on history, just sharing history and concept of history.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know that. I've had death threats, but I tell Nazis to fuck off. So, I mean, and I tell anarcho capitalists that there's no such thing as that it's fake. So, I mean,
They don't like that.
my point is, it makes sense that even though I try to be nice generally, even to those uninformed people, I try to be nice, and not, abuse people in general, because I just feel like, once again, that's not a behavior that I want to engage in. I want to be a good person. So, and that's also what makes me want to learn like real history and talk to people that know what they're talking about, because I care about truth, accuracy, and I feel like that we build a better world not from. And in a sense, myths don't have to be just something that were made a long time ago by people that, called it religion. Myths are something that we produce like now, like fake Viking stuff, the myth. It is not even accurate.
Yeah, I think we applying the word myth wrong today, thinking, it's fantasy, while, I mean, there's a lot of fantasies going around, but we choose to call it something else. But yeah, I also feel that or as you say, we're able to speak from a privileged perspective. I mean, while I get death threats, I nearly don't get as many as that. And especially when I talk about indigenous people, I get private messages from people who don't dare to speak up because, I mean, if I get some harsh comments, I can't
Yeah.
really imagine what an indigenous woman get if she would bring this up. I mean, it's
Oh yeah, I that's also why I believe in not engaging in that behavior myself. If
because
I
it
would
sets
look at that behavior
precedents
and say
for,
that
yeah.
behavior is bad, someone's doing, I don't want to also be engaging in it, and that's why I don't. I don't go out of my way to call people names. I generally say what I do is I attack their behaviors brutally and hold them to standards harshly. But what I do not do is attack them. I try to attack the thinking and not the people. Because like I said, going back to the same thing I feel like you're doing beneficial wise, my goal is not to call them out to put them down, but to call them in so they can become better. So that they can stop doing pseudoscience, stop having a fetish thing of the Vikings that's not even real and harmful and toxic. You know, if you like, you know, an ancient culture and want to respect it, then do it accurately. That would be more
Yeah, and
respectful.
there's a lot of living history tropes, especially around Scandinavia. There's some excellent creators out there who is doing Viking Age content as Viking Age most likely were, in a sense. Sure, they're having their anachronistic and problems and all that, but you can do good cosplay or good Viking live action history role playing without demean another culture while doing it, and most likely have a lot more fun than, you know, hanging around neo-Nazis.
Yeah, if you're hanging out anywhere in neo-Nazis or it's where they hang out, yeah, that would automatically, I would be questioning that. Okay, what am I doing?
Yeah, you made some poor choices in life.
That's right.
Somewhere you went the wrong way.
I've made a
to
mistake.
go back to a better path. If that
That's
sounds
a little
good,
bit
then
what's
something's
scary
wrong.
with these neo-pagan movements is that they have managed to sneak in so invisible in everything. But yeah, there's a whole different story to.
Well, and the same with
it,
to me, Neo-Shamanism. I know some of the pagan stuff, but really relates to the Indo-European stuff. I know, and I say no, but I'm a little more informed about shaman stuff. And to me, like the neo-shaman, like there is, people may not know, there's multiple, because I always just say shamanism, but like I said, there's actually, it's way more complex than that. But there's like yellow shaman, which has to do with like China and Asia. There's black shaman, which is considered Siberian. Then there's white shaman, which could be a form of Siberia in the fact of like positive and negative things, sort of, not exactly. But also a lot of times when they say white shamanism, it's a derogatory term that a white person is culturally appropriating what they're calling shamanism that has almost fuck all to do with real shamanism, and more like you were saying, some trope mixed up that it's, you know, it's surely bigoted anyways. Go ahead, you can. I understand that my words take your breath away. Thank you for the compliment.
I kind of lost myself in a thought, I think.
Well, I mean, but I appreciate addressing this because I feel like, especially atheists, for me, I mean, atheists take or not anti-religionists too, that all religion is bad, so they almost mock it. But once again, I feel like they're mocking a straw man version instead of really addressing the actual religion. I feel a lot of times, and that's why I think it is important. Even atheists can become bigoted, and even, you know, any thinker that's not seeing, you know, the stuff and willing to amend. Because I always say to me that one of the biggest things I love about science is not that it's 100% accurate 100% of the time, but when it's inaccurate, it tries to change to what is accurate. And then that's the same thing to me, thinker should be, that even if you think you know it's the accuracy, when you learn more facts, they should update your beliefs again to what is accurate.
Yeah, but it's hard to do for many because complicated answers are scary to humans by nature to some extent. We don't like complicated, we like simple, as with most things. I think part of the human condition, and I think that's part of being a true atheist, is to deal with human nature and
Right.
not fight it, but acknowledge that it exists and try to evolve as a human being with this as mind.
Totally agree. And that's why, to me, I don't have just atheism, I have humanism, because atheism is just the conclusion that the things that were told to me, in a sense, about gods is not accurate. My belief is gone. But that doesn't inform my life, other than I realized I wanted to have an accurate worldview. That's all.
Yeah.
And that's so they say that, I've heard someone say the atheist worldview is a scientific worldview, in the fact that I want it to be accurate. And that's, even though I think there's some errors in science, boy, science is the best tool we have currently. So yeah, that's absolutely where I'm going to build my worldview, is a science. It's not that I'm fetishing or, becoming, what they call that, scientism. It's not, I'm just saying that if I want to have the best chance, I go to history or archaeology. I don't go, hey, what did Graham Hancock think?
Yeah, and I mean, you have to acknowledge that you can be wrong. I think that's something that the skeptical movement sometimes, especially when the names get big, start to fall upon. I heard, what's his name? Neil deGrasse Tyson say some really strange stuff about history. Same with, I recently saw the editor of the bad Skeptic magazine.
Yeah,
Michael Shermer.
I called that
Michael
guy out
Shermer.
in a convention. He gave a presentation, and I told him, "Excuse me, did you actually see the question said?" They might even have a video of it, but I said, "Excuse me, did you not say?" I couldn't have heard you right. That there's too much morality in the world, and that itself is the problem. Oh, come on now. And so I ended up talking to him, and it was like 5 minutes, because I talk long,
Yeah.
But I convinced him that I was correct, that saying that there's too much morality, that is a problem, why the world is terrible, is insanity. And then, what I had the problem with, I said, that's great, but the problem is his whole hour video was on that had to be true.
Yeah.
Right.
Which I just debunked, and he admitted. So my opinion of that dude, that's why I'm not going to say which archaeologist, because I don't like to say things that people don't say themselves, but an archaeologist I talked to privately said that he really feels that guy is almost in the pseudoscience himself, even though he tries to say he's skeptic and science, supporter, that absolutely that's not the case.
Yeah.
But he also have a
he didn't say it as nice as I'm saying it now, by the way. And I'm also going to say
he's also have a problematic women view, as I have understood.
Oh, yes. Well, but the archaeologist told me that he chose to not get involved in the skeptic community because of that guy and people like him. So I'm just saying it's pretty sad when people that, are supposedly sounding, or like to say that they're doing good stuff are not.
But I also saw him publish on Twitter recently, and that's what I was leading up towards, and that he promote Graham Hancock's theories. So recently, Dr. Hill from the people behind the very butchered excavation of Gunung Padang in Indonesia finally published a paper. What is it? Some 5, 6, 8 years later, and claiming that it is a man-made structure from 20,000 years ago, and they got it somehow published. I'm not sure. I've not seen the peer review of it yet. It's in pre-publish mode currently, so you can read it for free. But as any archaeologist who has already looked at the numbers and the excavation have, severely,
none of this makes any sense.
Everything.
It doesn't make sense. I know that there is a structure, but almost everything that they say about it is practically some sort of misleading or inaccurate.
Yeah,
It's not.
and the C14 samples they took, they even don't know what they have dated. They just date organic material and claim it's from human material. But if you don't know what you're dating, how do you know it's from humans? So yeah, there's a lot of issues. But Michael Shermer promote this paper as evidence for. So
he sucks so bad.
Magazine,
he's just trash.
Well, that's all.
Skeptic
Yeah,
Magazine.
Yeah.
I was just saying that an archaeologist, not you, someone else had talked about him, and it said that. So Michael Sherman needs to know he wants to promote skepticism. Supposedly, there's an archaeologist scientist that wanted to be involved in that movement and thinks like us, but distinctly because of you, will not get or want to be called part of that movement. Which I think.
Yeah, I mean, there's been Shermer in particular has been really bad for like making false claims and then backtracking them later and then continuing to say the false claims after he backtracked them. And like, he's really bad. And that's ignoring all the other stuff that like accusations by women and various other problematic behavior. And
I thought he had stuff about trans too or something.
Yeah, he's been promoted
I don't know,
the gender critical community, and like he's just trash. Like just
so. If I may offer a European perspective, there is another skeptic out there.
Yes,
from UK, also called I think it's Skeptic Magazine, hosted by Michael Marshall.
Much better,
who has been the Skeptic of the Year a couple of times. But that magazine has a great editor, Michael Marshall, and they are open for writers, and they have a humanist and empathetic approach towards skepticism, which I think if you want to be involved in a skeptic movement with good values, I would recommend looking up the Skeptic magazine, the UK, not the
American. Sorry, I know.
There is also in the United States, there is Skepticon, which is like a very pro social justice skeptical organization. So, not to denigrate the entire skeptical movement.
And I wasn't. And just so people know too, I am a rationalist, not a skeptic. I don't claim skepticism at all. Skepticism means one word to me, or actually one sentence. That's all it means to me as a rationalist. All ideas are always open to challenge and change upon valid and reliable reason and evidence. That's it. That's my whole. You just heard my entire speech on what I think of skepticism. That's all it means to me. Everything else is rationalism to me. Reason, rationalism, and evidence. Empiricism, because to me, those two things go together. Everything that someone calls empiricism is actually first derived by a concept, an understanding of rationalism. Because rationalism is the ability to look at a piece of dirt and know its evidence. Evidence is a claim. Evidence is a type of package. It's a type of idea. It's a concept that we put on things. That is evidence. And we call it evidence because it has to be a type of thing, and then it has to have information to support that thing, whatever it is. But my saying is, but that takes all those are rational, logical things that support the concept of evidence. I know you're like, oh, it's an archaeologist. You're going, yeah, whatever, it's evidence. Wow, evidence. Good. No, just kidding.
Evidence in archaeology can be complicated, to say the least. There's not just one line of evidence you need.
Yes, of course. Definitely.
So much that you need to. But I think I will need to cut it short.
Yeah, you can go ahead. And we're gonna talk some more and finish it out. Not super long because now we have less time. But we're gonna read a little bit about the Vikings or whatever stuff. I don't know how much we're going to get to because the blog, I have stuff, all kinds of information on neo-pagans and how it relates to right wing and Nazis, and I have more information. But we were going to read more depending on how much time we talk to you, and we got to talk to you a long time, and that's awesome.
No, it was great speaking with both of you again.
For sure.
Thank you. You're welcome again, and I mean, I'm sure some other stuff we can talk about. Like I said, I'm definitely. You talked about before the Nordic Bronze Age or stuff. You know, I like everything older. So always, if you know older stuff, it interests me more. Maybe Corey doesn't feel that way, but I do.
I guess before you go, there's when you close this window, it'll probably bring up a thing saying you're not quite done uploading yet. So it'll open up another window. If you can just leave that window open, it'll eventually finish.
But yeah, that's good. And I thank you for coming. I thank you for sharing with us. And I also, like I told you, I appreciate you and all archaeologists that go out there and fight. You're already doing a job. You don't need to do a second job of science communication.
Yeah, there's one science communicator under the handle Archaeodeath. He published a lot of British and Pictish archaeology, who is also very humanistic and pro-social justice and combating pseudo-Vikings, as he called them.
Yeah.
So
well,
if you
feel
want
free
more...
to tell him to, you know, get in touch with me or like me or follow me or whatever. Yeah. I mean, I definitely like following archaeologists. I'm like I said, I like people that understand what the truth is and can explain it. So archaeologists are cool.
And I guess what your show is digging up ancient aliens?
Yeah, that's correct. Digging up ancient aliens. Only show that's named so. So far, I hope at least.
And everybody should go and like your stuff and support you because what you're doing is important, especially against the ancient aliens. Like I said, I know maybe some other people like me think it's just funny and stupid and like, how could people believe this? It's like flat earthers. How much effort do I do to convince a person that the earth is not flat? Yeah, not much at all. But I do see the value. Yeah. So I'm just saying ancient aliens is not like that. It's actually more toxic. And like you said, I didn't even know connected to the Nazis. So, I mean, this is not good stuff. So I appreciate you addressing it.
Yeah, I have a whole episode on the Nazi connection to the ancient aliens crowd. And the show is also now part of the Archaeological Podcast Network that puts out a lot of great additional content if you're into archaeology and want to learn more about that.
Cool.
There's a whole sphere of archaeology stuff going on there too.
Cool. Great. Well, go ahead and if you want, plug your show or say anything you want to do, and then we can let you go.
Yeah, diggingupancientaliens.com, Facebook, YouTube. Don't post as much as YouTube as I want, but it happens from time to time. TikTok, archaeologicalpodcastnetwork.com. That's all you need, probably.
Right on.
Cool.
Well, thank you.
Well, thank you, guys.
All right.
And take care. I'm heading for nighty nights.
All right. Have a good one.
Right on.
We're gonna keep talking about this stuff.
Good luck now.
All right, thanks. So I was going to ask you is, can you give a little synopsis of your thing so far, what you've learned, what you knew already or not, or whatever? Because I don't know what you know.
I mean, the majority of my ideas or what I know about Vikings and Norse mythology or whatever, it's from pop culture, right?
Yeah.
And so in my head, I always know that that's mostly wrong.
Right.
So it's like, yeah, I mean, it's cool to learn more and hear more and especially like I was interested in the like what I saw like earlier today, no prompting. I didn't search for Vikings or anything.
Oh yeah.
His video came up on Facebook as a suggested really? For me.
That's cool.
His video came up about the eye makeup and stuff that and he's talking about the how it's not Viking culture. so I find that really interesting stuff, like the idea that they had tattoos from toe to neck but never on the face and stuff like that, and like
that's interesting. I didn't know that. Like I said, I haven't really looked into the Vikings that much yet. I've watched TV shows, but I know that stuff's garbage. Yeah,
like it's TV shows, right? Like it's fiction. You know, it's fiction.
Really garbage. Yeah.
I'm not gonna assume it's true.
yeah, you really shouldn't. But but then unfortunately, that's like the same thing I talked about Neo-Shamanism. people are practicing shit, and a regular shaman from a long time ago be watching. They're like, in other words, the people now think, oh, I'm doing traditional, shaman from 30,000 years ago. But I guarantee someone 30,000 years ago will be like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, you 100% just made that up.
Like, bro,
we haven't practiced any of what you're doing. Yeah.
Well, just like another thing too, like so Transeurasm is what the Turks, the maybe some of the Uralic, like the Huns, and the also the Ket, the people that are in Siberia, north of Lake Baikal, that relate all the way to the Nedane and the Americas, North America, and down to like Arizona, I think is the river. It's the Navajo. So it's from the all the way from Alaska in a sense through Canada, and then all the way in a sense down, to Arizona or whatever Pueblo area. I don't know. It's just limited to Arizona. I'm not like once again that kind of stuff. And I'm not like super great at remembering off the top of my head, but yeah. So go ahead.
I was going to say I did know a little bit about like the connection with Nazis as well, because like the Black Sun and like it's sort of got like that Norse look to it, but I know like it's not.
I didn't really know that much about it at all, and I didn't know that it's not Norse or any of that. So that's important to learn. I didn't know that.
There's some really good resources out there for people who want to study like the far right. Like there's some pretty solid people who have done good work on that. So
that's good because it probably won't be me. That's my thing is, my thing is more to use history in a strategic way to make you a more humanistic, atheistic, anarchistic, socialistic, anti-capitalist person, and in the sense that because I feel like it's something like that there was like when would you teach anarchism? My statement would be, when should you not?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Because it's, if you do it like how I'm seeing anarchism through the values, well, when are you not going to have human rights?
Yeah.
What they're going to take a holiday?
And in a sense, like while it is a worthy project to learn the specifics of the far right and stuff like that, what we do here is a counter to the far right.
Exactly. That's a positive counter. Instead of focusing on their darkness, I focus on history and bring the light out of it.
Yeah,
it's my goal. I said whatever to do like you said. So it's I'm the anti-Nazi by showing the reality that we're all connected, and here's how we're connected, and look at how foolish it is for states, borders. Look how foolish it is for national bigotry. It's all foolishness.
And these supremacist groups, they're over there telling you the untrue things, and we're over here telling you the true things.
That's correct. They're using like propaganda, history, and we're trying to combat that and go, no, that's wrong. Yeah, that's wrong. And we don't even have to say that all of our stuff is anti this or anti-racism, because if you really understand that literally what it is,
built in.
Yeah, built in. Just be anarchist and you're already doing good. That's why before I in fact recently I followed a guy who I ended up not following, but it was an anarchist, and I said he had a thing that says, why did you follow me, or why did you like me, or something like that. I think follow me. And I said I followed you because you're an anarchist. And he goes, well, who cares if I'm an anarchist? And I go, oh, what the fuck?
I care.
But I explained why. I said, well, I generally assume that an anarchist is doing it because they're a person who wants to be a good person and a person of value. So I like anarchists. Even if I didn't agree with everything generally, their goals are similar to mine. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well, unless it's a non-anarchism like capitalism or whatever, individualism, which I don't think should be really, to me, individualism, to help people understand my concept of it, individualism takes a very situational, positional, limited truth, and then try to make that a whole movement. It's fucking
Right.
insane to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Literally.
can see that.
You get what I'm saying? So, like, because you would say, well, wouldn't an anarchist believe that a person owns himself? Isn't the person owning themselves thus by themselves or separated from the others? As how
No.
do they have individual dignity unless you're saying they have group dignity? Like, as in everyone has a group dignity.
Yeah, that's right.
Right? And I would say, right. But that's how you build your moral system to behave in a social environment. Because you look at all the other dignity beings and you go, hey, I got to act to not hurt them.
You like literally can't separate the individual
Right.
from the
But I'm
culture,
just saying
the
you
people around
use
them.
that,
So,
but I'm saying they're doing it wrong because you should use that to say I need to act socially.
and in fact, like it's capitalism and domination that wants us to be individualistic and wants us to be separate and not have solidarity with each other.
But you know what's so funny? If you ask people, what's the even Americans, right, who are super individualistic supposedly, if you ask them, what's the most important thing in your life? Just give me 4. I guarantee family's in there, right?
Yep.
Or their
Family,
social
community,
group, or maybe even their ethnic group. You mean literally not individualism?
Yeah, family, community,
right? Or their partner, so separate from themselves, not themselves.
That's right.
They don't go, well, actually, self and all
the things that I've got beside me, all my stuff. All my stuff is the most important stuff in the world.
The most important. But most people would say, it's actually love of family or whatever, or children or
having
spouse
a big bank account is the most important thing in my universe.
Right, but right, exactly. Yeah. Well, and just think, even if someone said that and we didn't flat out judge them, we would have to say, well, that is a person not actually working towards their betterment.
Yeah.
Because to me, there's 2 kinds of betterment in a sense, but they have to be in balance. They can't be out of balance.
Yeah.
In other words, I need to do for myself. See what I'm saying? The individualist is not wrong.
Yeah.
It's not an ideology. It's not a way to live your entire fucking life. Because this was the same thing, like I was told you before about morality. You have morals, which are what Damien lives Damien's life by. Like, say, different. They're a little bit different than Corey's. Damien's is super ethical. That's not saying Corey's is unethical, but I'm just saying your focus is different.
Yeah.
Mine's ethical.
Yeah.
And I feel serious guilt and shame if I don't do ethical things.
Right.
I feel very, in a sense, motivated that because I know what a good person is. And they don't act a certain way. And if I start acting that way, I start to not feel like a good person. And that does not feel good.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm saying and showing the motivation. So, but and then someone before said, see, you explained egoism. Like, no. What I explained is the realization of my own suffering by my own behavior to others. Not to me, to others. That me treating others that way is actually an attack to my own dignity rights.
Yeah.
It's a violation and shame of my own behavior. But anyways, so I was just saying, like, it's important to grasp all that because then you can value judge better. And which I've talked about, and we're going to do a video about Damien's morality eventually. But like I said, first we'll start at reason so we can work up to it. But it's really important, as you see, because when you have a focus, just like think, if you didn't know me, but I told you about this person, that their way of navigating life is ethically. Would you think lower of that person or higher of that person?
Or I would obviously think higher of them.
Right, but that's the correct answer, I think, in general. So you start to see that really is the value. That is how we should behave. That is what is good. People go, what's good? That is what is good. Yeah. In a sense. So the behavior, how we behave ourselves. So I'm just saying, so the individualist acts like somehow they don't have any obligation to look at dignity beings of others and just kind of run their own system. Fuck to the man, fuck you, fuck everyone, But you're really saying fuck me. I mean, talking about yourself.
Right.
This toxic thing, just like when that guy said harming people is good. If I had that opinion still, because I used to have that opinion. I mean, people don't understand. I was violent. I first for fighting was kindergarten. I can't remember which in elementary, but I don't remember. But it was sometime in elementary. I was kicked out of school for the rest of the school year. I mean, I was a bad kid. Like people go, oh yeah. No, I'm talking about movies could be made. Like I did horrid stuff. Like one time, they kicked me out of the class, and I glued the key in the lock of the door, so the classroom could not get out for I think it was like 2 hour and a half or something,
Oh,
or 2
wow.
hours. I can't remember. They had to go like get something and almost cut the door off or handle off, whatever. It just because I just fucking felt like it. They pissed me off, told me I had to stand outside or whatever. So okay. I mean, I did all kinds of horrid stuff. I'm not going into all of it, but my point is that my natural doing whatever the fuck I want, who gives a fuck? That was my attitude always, who gives a fuck? So I would say that I wasn't exactly racist, but I certainly wasn't anti-racist.
Right.
Because who gives a fuck, right? I wasn't
Right.
caring. Well, I'm not saying, by the way, I'm not saying that now.
No, but that is
old
yeah.
me.
That is the problem when you have a very self-centered view without any connection to your community or those around you. It's you have those kinds of ideas and you don't care how they affect other people. And as soon as you start caring about how things that you do affect other people, then you're no longer just a pure individualist anymore. You are now crossing that dichotomy between individual.
Well, because so how I see it, because everyone, of course, is going to use words differently, but so yeah. I don't know how. Because Corey probably has more red stuff, and I just look at it and think of it in a kind of value-centered way. So to me, when someone says they're an individualist, it's basically, to me, almost like saying "leave me alone," right?
Yeah.
So
some people are like that.
Yeah. Well, but I'm saying it's like they believe that, you know, just don't touch me, don't do anything, don't say what I do, almost like don't acknowledge me in a sense. But that is not a way to flourish. Let's just say, well, I'm just saying, let's just take that for a second. Okay, so that's the way to do anarchism. How is that going to build a better society? We'll say, well, it probably won't. Well,
it can't
work for me.
It can't.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Because this goes back to them and say that no goals. Like they think like they should be proud. I mean, I think anarchism is good and doesn't need to have goals because its goals are already there. Like as in no coercion and no hierarchy.
Yeah.
You know, and there's a bunch of other ones, but I'm just making a comment that those are certainly universal. Otherwise, it's not anarchism. Like, what the fuck? It's hierarchy, not anarchism. It's fucking got coercion, not anarchism. So to me, you know, once you understand those two things, I think it's a lot easier to navigate.
Yeah.
Like what's anarchism in a sense? Like, and then why, you know, if you can't have hierarchies, well, then you can't have capitalism. Right. And here's another thing too: right. The no gods, no masters hierarchy comes from religion. The term literally means the high priest's order or whatever, or
right.
How religion is structured. That literally they stole it from religion. So, you know, yeah, if we're anti-hierarchy, it's not a step away from that. Yeah, why would you be religion since it's hierarchy? Or why would you follow a god? Plus, I always think too, people follow these male gods. Like the male god was the new thing, like 7,000 and down or something, 8,000 and down. And probably doesn't relate that far back, where it looks like the female one could have related back to me further, 10 or 11,000 or something. I also don't think those things like people call them Venus figurines, they're like 30,000 years old. I don't think that's goddesses. They could have been spirits, you know, nature spirits or something. They probably, to me, related to shamans, maybe both. This is a problem of our concept. It could have related to the moon, but it also could have related to sexuality, and it also could have related to babies, and it also could have related to old age, and it also could have related to shamanism, and it also could have related to hunting magic. And it could have literally been all those at the same time, or just few of them. You know,
it's hard to draw like hard conclusions about it, eh?
See what I'm saying? That's why I feel like when they say they know it's a, because even if you say, well, the reason they say Venus, so people understand, the moon when it's in a crescent is the star Venus is next to it. That's where you get the crescent moon by itself. Eventually, that just means Muslim, the god, you know, of the moon in a sense, which was I think Nana or something, wasn't even Allah, which you know, but I think Allah maybe eventually got somehow, but it comes from Arabic paganism, so yeah, it's not, that's that. By the way, Muslims, here's two things you might want to think about. Well, A is you're using a pagan symbol as your main symbol for the crescent moon. Totally pagan. Great. Now, number two, Mecca. When you go around that big black box in a sense, has one little not little, but semi, whatever. It's a meteorite, a black meteorite that you worship and go around circles and then bow down to. Just because, I guess. No, because they think it has to do with some religious stuff. But I'm saying they go kiss it, rub it, think it gives magical powers. Like, boy, that sure does sound like paganism.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, my point is, I'm saying, and I'm not trying to use it as derogatory. I'm just trying to say is that how foolish they think that they're so above and they're so different. That's why I told you I reject that they're not so different.
Well, yeah, no, I see very little difference between Islam and Christianity,
or paganism.
Or paganism,
they took away and changed some elements, but simplified it in a sense, or
there's the details.
Complex. Yeah, the details change. Right? Yeah. It's But anyway, so let's. I think that's pretty good. We wrapped up stuff. I think unless you want to have something else you want to say, and then let's do the reading of this little bit of it. So I went and got my bong.
There you go.
And smoke some dope. Have you noticed though? I can still do pretty good conversations higher than a motherfucker.
Oh yeah, no.
Right? You talk to me. I've been trashed the whole fucking time I'm talking to you. What about history, science, philosophy, morality? I'm like trashed off my ass. But that's why I also think it's bullshit when some people are like, oh, you can't do stuff when you're high. I'm like, dude, I do stuff when I'm high all the time. If I couldn't do stuff when I was high, I don't think I'd be able to do anything.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well, but it goes back to me. Like some people have stupid ideas when they're high because they're fucking stupid people, or they have stupid thinking to begin with. High just made it worse. So that's why someone forced it. Well, maybe it gives you more insight. No, I'm fucking smart without being high. It doesn't. Right. It doesn't. I mean, it does a little tiny bit, but not really that much. It doesn't, affect me greatly. So.
No, it's
whatever. I don't give a shit. Well,
it's like there's a certain level of like alcohol that I can consume, and I'm still coherent and rational, and like, I'm still me, right? I'm just more me, maybe.
Yeah.
But
but also I was before. I went for like 20 something years. I don't know, 26, 28 years. Without doing any drugs, no marijuana, no nothing. But then because of being older and also having a truck accident injury, started hurting more.
Yeah.
And, then also like depression stuff, like, so I also just saying I don't, no problem with people do just to get high. People are right on their bodies. They can do it for no reason. You don't have to have a good reason. I'm just making a comment.
That's right. But I happen to have a good reason.
Right. I'm just explaining it also so people understand, whatever. Because I also want to normalize it. And the fact that because I do drugs or not do drugs, or you do drugs or not do drugs, and we should be caring about the quality of our content, of our character, not other shit. It's like I really hate when people are like, well, I'm not going to help that homeless person because they do drugs. I'm like, literally, you're an asshole. Huh?
Yeah, exactly.
I'll just say it for you.
So you just be proud that you're an asshole then.
Yeah, fuck you. How's that? Or they say you can't have welfare assistance if you're on drugs. How about fuck you?
Yeah, no, fuck that. Of course, people who need help need help. I don't give a shit if they're on drugs or not.
Well, and I actually feel like if they're on drugs, that we have more obligation, not less.
Yeah,
because especially if the ones that they're trying to be superior. Well, those people are all messed up, right? If that is true, what behavior should follow that understanding?
Yeah.
What, not caring? Hating them?
Right.
Oh, come on. What?
Yeah, exactly.
You see what I'm saying? If they're an ethical person, they would feel ashamed. You should feel ashamed. Anyone who's listening to this, you should feel ashamed if that's how you think. Because it's shameful. So.
Yep.
That's why I was telling him, like that's why I don't have no problem offending people that need to be offended.
Yeah.
But because it's justice, just like I said, telling a cop who kills people and you spraying, or pouring pig blood and then writing on their car and Sharpie or something that, you shouldn't kill people. I totally support that.
It's like the handprints. The painted red.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah.
That's amazing stuff. That's awesome.
Amazing. And that's what I was trying to say. You get it. So because to me, it's not just to pick on people or bullying. I'm talking about using dignity attacks that are deserved. Yeah. And like I said, the good thing is when you focus on that, then if they change that, I don't need to say that anymore, right?
Mm-hmm.
If Michael Shermer all of a sudden became a good human being, I know it's hard to conceive.
It is very hard for me to wrap my head around.
If it happened, wouldn't it require a certain amount of behavior to consistently do that? Because here's the point: people think being a good person is not a one-day thing; it's a lifetime journey, right? Because when do you stop being good? When can I say, you know what? Fuck morality. I'm done. I'm done. Those nihilists are right. Fuck it. I'm done.
I can good today.
From this point on, I don't ever have to try to be moral again. Seriously, no. The rest of your life, you're going to have to be, or a good person would. That's all I was trying to say. Let's go ahead and read. But I really wanted to hammer this because I really want to get why you and me don't like this shit. You know, not because we're just leftists with the woke mind virus. You know.
Though I am that too. So
well, I'm clinically that. Now that I was that before the term woke. How about
That's
that?
right. Yeah. So first thing we got here is a picture with a series of helmets. It says Norse did not wear helmets with horns.
That's my art. That's my art. And the reason I did that because people kept saying that the Vikings had horns, and I'm like, they didn't.
Right.
Here's all the Viking horns that archaeological that people have found. So you look at those are the real ones, and then understand there is no horns.
Right. Yeah.
There's different versions. They don't even look the same, but none of them have horns.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
That was just a real quick thing, but in a sense, but I think it's important because once again, a lot of the things they think they have real Viking stuff, and it's fake Viking stuff. It's literally like picking up Mad Magazine and just saying, well, this is real because I saw it in Mad Magazine.
Right. Must be true.
Yeah, must be true. And so, but then I wanted to show that because some people try to go, oh, well, the Nordic Bronze Age, where the stuff all came from, they had those. And I'm like, okay, literally, it's probably a religious helmet for probably, some sort of a ritualistic thing or whatever. It's even if it was, they say a king, it would still be probably a priest king, just like in Mesopotamia we talked about before.
Mm-hmm.
There's always this religious connection, just like in Indo-European, in a sense, they break society, I think, into three main things, like the king, and in a sense, then say the workers and like peasants or something, or the people they call them. But the king is supposed to be all. He's supposed to have, in a sense, in the European mythology, nonsense. But the king is supposed to be from the peasants. So that way he relaxes, because he's supposed to, like a spiritual thing, because there's heaven, hell, and in between world, right? So there's three. Okay.
Right.
So there's three, and he's supposed to, in a sense, be all, like a spiritual head for all of it. He is of the people, say for poverty or, no means. And that's why I say the same thing for Abraham, right? Or no, Moses. That's the thing about Moses, where he's, picked up out of the, river or whatever and is destitute, but someone helps him and he becomes this great man. Yeah, it's all this mythological bullshit, in a sense, to the similar thing that the king is supposed to be like, kind of like King Arthur. The king is supposed to be from the people, so he connects to all three realms. From the people, he also was agricultural or something, gifted or involved, and he has a farm, whatever, and of course probably has slaves on it. So he's not working it.
Right.
Still, in capitalism, the capitalists actually don't do anything.
Yeah.
But anyway, so in a sense, then he's also the king. And the king is connected to the earthly realm, but also the spiritual realm. Because in a sense, the divine right of kings. Like the king is allowed to rule because of God. And you're not supposed to fight against the king because you're literally... Just like in China, they have what's called, not now, but a long time ago, whatever.
They did.
The first kingdoms or whatever, they called it the mandate of heaven. Which God Tan, which is, or Shandi, or something like that, which is the sun, in a sense. So it's the same as Ra. So I was trying to say, people like these, don't grasp that, like, so let me explain something too. There's this video that was around. I can't remember what it's called. But anyways, it's something from like skeptics, almost like Bill Maher or something. Or
Okay.
do you know what I'm talking about? There was a name for
Religiosity.
No, that's his. But there was something about like this belief that everything came from the sun god or something.
Oh, I could see him saying that in that movie, though.
I know if I said it, you would know, but it hasn't been because it was like this conspiracy theory, like in the atheist movement, in a sense, really. What I would call it, almost in a sense.
Yeah, I could see that.
Or pseudoscience in the atheist movement, because they're saying this stuff, and I'm like, okay. Right. Yes, I do think that probably the male god we know from 7,000 down is probably related largely to the sun.
Right. But
yes. But how it spread is way more complicated than these people are realizing. And it goes to older stuff too, because see, even 7,000 years ago, the Hirmadu culture in China worshipped a earth goddess, a sky goddess, probably the sun, Tan or something, or later they call it Tan, and also a trickster bird or a totem bird, that little totem pole with a big bird on it, which is Siberian people's. I don't know the name, or Kalua or Kalala or something, whatever, I don't know, but there's all kinds of names. But it relates to this like raven, this great raven or whatever, and that also relates to, probably like he was saying, maybe, or has semi relation to like Valkyries or stuff, because it's a raven. And the raven probably also, to me, could relate to trickster deities in general, which Loki is a trickster deity.
Mm-hmm.
And anyways, but everything gets like more, as the religions, they break apart, they get more pieces all over the place and stuff mixed up. Because like probably at the beginning, Thor and Odin would have been almost like one person in a sense. They wouldn't have been two people. Almost like, in other words, like Zeus. Zeus can do both things. Zeus is Odin and Thor. He throws lightning bolts. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the same sense.
Yep.
Yeah, just the concept. Anyways, I don't want to go into all that, but because I'm going off. My point was, I wish I could. I'm not that good at some of that. I'm better at old stuff, like the younger stuff, even like conspiracy theories and all that. I'm not that great.
That's
but anyways,
fair.
because I haven't done like a lot of research, and I've done so much of this other stuff, it like bleeds out whatever I ever learned.
Yeah.
But damn, I wish I could say what it is, because as soon as I know I say it, you'd know. Fuck. It's like
Religulous.
No. Anyways, I don't know. But I can't remember. But it's people. I mean, I guarantee it's. I don't know, but it was more popular like 10 years ago or something, not now, or not that I know.
Even longer, maybe.
Yeah, because it was made a long time ago. It was probably made like 12 years ago or something. Anyways, but I'll just explain why it's like has some stuff that's accurate but also wrong.
Okay.
So and we'll do one time what I told you, we're talking about gods and stuff, and we'll explain the sun god a lot better and why it and what and everything. But so they in a sense do the telling of the sun god, but they start from the conception, I think, of the Egyptians, and think because of what they do, because people in the pyramids, they put too much. It's like, oh my god, dude, no. First off, the oldest pyramid is either the Americas, China, or Iran, or Iraq.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to go there and say the white temple on top of the ziggurat, the first doing of that 6,000, then that would be the oldest in a sense type of thing. But there might be stuff a little bit older. But anyways, my point is, it's not anything that is Egyptian.
Right.
Egyptian also adopted stuff and did it its own way. So that's also that's another totally complicated and removed thing. But I'm just saying it's wrong. So you can't start with like the last thing. It's like starting with Christianity and think you can talk about all religion. Literally, it doesn't even help you hardly talk about Judaism, let alone all religion.
Yeah, that's right.
Do you get my point? And so anyways, that's all I was trying to say, that there's a lot of atheists. So I said before, atheists have sometimes a straw man conception almost of what gods or whatever or pagan
For sure. Yeah,
it's
no,
not
that makes
yeah
sense.
you get what I'm trying to say, and I try to make it so we understand it more. So what it is accurate is it does for me appear, or I speculate that, I don't know if it's the steppe or right after the steppe, like the Balkans especially. And the only reason I use that because we have archaeological evidence of the figurines turning to male and being the specific kind of thing. And then they're like the thinker, or they're sitting or something. I think it has to do with, really, it's not thinking. I think it's a position of relaxation almost, or he's chanting, because the first one, oldest one, 7,500, his mouth is open and his hands on his face. They call it a thinker. His mouth is open. So he's yelling, and I think he might be making the sound of thunder or lightning bolts or whatever,
Okay.
So I think but so there might already be that Thor, or Zeus kind of is my point. But
Right.
it really relates to the sky and heaven. Just like I was telling you, when the Mongolians, they don't really say it's the sun, although it is, in a sense. They say the great sky. But if I asked them, so the sky 24 hours a day? No, not 24 hours a day. Oh, so when? Well, basically during the day. Oh, when the sun is out.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you get my point? So
Yeah.
without knowing it, and as I told you before, that's how it's connected, but not the way they try to say. Do you see what I'm saying? I think
Right.
it's older, relates to shamanistic ideas as they turned into, because of clan dominant stuff, warrior culture. They started like propaganda, like they're doing now. The right.
Right. Yeah.
We want to support raping and pillaging. We have to create a narrative that raping and pillaging is not bad. In fact, it's preferred.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So go ahead and read. But I just want to say the concept. So that other thing is wrong, but it is kind of right. But like I said, it's like a group idea, and then everybody kind of did it their sort of own way, but it's similar. That's why a lot of the myths sound the same or very similar all over the place. Like, how can so many places then it sound the same? So sometimes that can be synchronism, in a sense, where the two religions come and then they leave with pieces of each, in a sense. Or it can be new ideas, new religions constantly keep evolving or coming out of nowhere or out of the old stuff. Just like this shit now, this Neo-paganism. This is not really paganism, is in a sense totally accurate. It's like paganism, but we're also going to play, fucking cosplay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
So we got the first line here is God/spirit revealed it to me, or a person of God/spirit had it revealed to them, is theist thinking. And
right, that's me just writing my how I see it, in a sense, because I'm trying to help people see how I see when someone makes this value claim. Because they think, well, of course you should believe it. God revealed it to me. But how much should Corey actually take that as evidence? See?
Right. Yeah.
So I'm just going to slow down and show you what they're saying when they say that, in a sense. We're doing this other stuff, but I just as in general, you should slow down, critical think. Slow down and think about stuff. Rationalism. Yeah. Slow down and what's really reasonable. Really? Because when you think fast, you can't be as reasonable.
Yeah, that's right.
Even me, I can think really fast. In fact, so far, to me, I can think sometimes faster than people, almost anybody I've interacted with, including philosophers.
Right.
They know more about philosophy. They're not always better, and they're definitely not always faster. They seem to be super slow and methodical, and I seem to be able to jump super fast to most of them. Even A.C. Grayling or whatever, the guy that's like famous for like 30 books and of philosophy, and is the dean of like whatever Oxford University and shit philosophy. I still talk to him, and he still had to take a second to figure something that I would have I would have figured it out.
Yeah.
So you see me, right? Sometimes I'll say, no, that's not moral.
Right.
Just like you did, right? You did it too. Because once again, that's what I was trying to show you. You're kind of thinking axiological. You're like, nope, that's wrong. Because you already know. You don't need. We don't have to discuss it because you get that violates the thing so much, 100% that it cannot be that.
Right.
You get what I'm trying to say. So I'm
Yeah.
saying that, but of course I'm not saying this to brag. What I'm trying to say is the point that, and I still fuck up. Okay?
Right. Yeah.
That's the point. Not to the bragging, but to realize. Do not think that even if you're smart, right? I'm smart. I'm fast, smart, and I still fuck up. And that's like I told you too. You need to fight that ego because who do you think's gonna have more problem with ego? Someone who isn't real fast like me and knowledgeable and everything, or someone like me that's knowledgeable and everything? How much more ego do I have to control? A lot. Especially being a sociopath, and ego is how I fucking think.
Right.
Which is that how you get to being so selfish and not caring because that's why also I can't go for ego anarchism. It's like literally you say that I need to embrace the worst side of myself.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Our next line is misinformation, delusion, or wishful thinking revealed it to you or them, you mean. That's the atheist interpreting the theist's thinking. Religious nationalism. Religious nationalism can be understood in a number of ways, such as nationalism as a religion itself, a position articulated by Carlton Hayes in his text Nationalism, a Religion, or as the relationship of nationalism to a particular religious belief, dogma, ideology, or affiliation. In the former aspect, a shared religion can be seen to contribute to a sense of national unity, a common bond among the citizens of the nation. Another political aspect of religion is the support of a national identity, similar to a shared ethnicity, language, or culture. The danger is that when the state derives political legitimacy from adherence to religious doctrines, this may leave an opening to overtly religious elements, institutions, and leaders, making the appeals to religion more quote-unquote authentic by bringing more explicitly theological interpretations to political life. Thus, appeals to religion as a marker of ethnicity create an opening for more strident and ideological interpretations of religious nationalism. Many ethnic and cultural nationalisms include religious aspects, but as a marker of group identity rather than the intrinsic motivation for nationalist claims. Such thinking is related to Buddhist nationalism, Christian nationalism, Hindu nationalism, Muslim nationalism, nationalism in modern paganism, Jewish nationalism, Shinto nationalism, and Sikh nationalism, etc.
And as anarchists, at least I speak for myself always, of course. Fuck that. I'm anti-nationalism. What the fuck?
That's right.
Let's just put it on the table.
I'm flat out anti-patriotic. Not
okay.
okay.
Like I told you, I don't give a fuck about a piece of cloth and shit that people worship. I care so little about it, I don't even care to burn it because it's meaningless to me. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, that's right.
But I know that's me, and so, and then of course, and you're thinking, well, Damien, you're gonna lose all your patriotic fans. Yeah, too many of those.
See ya.
Oh wow. This reminds me of something. Speaking of patriotic people, I bet you a lot of I'm not trying to once again put them down to being patriotic, but the point I was going to say is a lot of those people, especially if they're right leaning, they believe in a sense in that violent warrior culture or whatever. They're tough and they think that they are so brave because they do physical bravery when the actually most common bravery is physical bravery. You want to do something impressive to me, motherfucker. Let me see you do some ethical bravery. When you start doing some ethical bravery, doing what is right, even to your own detriment, then that is worthy of praise.
Yeah.
But you know what? Ethical bravery is some of the rarest bravery. So.
The worldwide rise of religious nationalism. The rise of new forms of religious nationalism at the end of the 20th and beginning of the 21st centuries is to a large extent a byproduct of globalization. As nation states are permeated by transnational economics and trends and secular nationalism is challenged by the global diaspora of peoples and cultures, new ethno-religious movements have arisen to shore up a sense of national community and purpose. One can project at least three different futures for religious and ethnic nationalism in a global world. One where religious and ethnic politics ignore globalization, where they rail against it, and where they envision their own transnational futures. Religious nationalism is not a new phenomenon, however. Beginning in the 1970s, new forms of nationalism based on religion began to appear around the world, defying the legacy of secular nationalism based on the ideas of the European Enlightenment. Initially, the independent nation-states that emerged earlier in the 20th century at the end of the colonial era followed the pattern of secularism set during a colonial rule. But at the end of the century, this began to change. Assertions of religious politics began to arise in the Middle East, South Asia, and elsewhere. Prominent among them was the Islamic Revolution in Iran in 1978, in a country that had not been part of a colonial empire. It created the first modern religious nation-state and set a standard for religious politics that other countries would follow. Religious nationalism was on the rise. History seemed poised on the brink of an era of globalization, hardly the time for new national aspirations to emerge. In fact, some observers have cited the appearance of ethnic and religious nationalism as such in such areas as the former Yugoslavia and the former Soviet Union, Algeria and the Middle East, South Asia, Japan, and among right-wing movements in Europe and the United States as evidence that globalization has not reached all quarters of the globe. It should not be surprising that new socio-political forms are emerging at this moment of history, since globalization is redefining virtually everything on the planet. This includes especially those social and political conventions associated with the nation-state. Among other things, global forces are undermining many of the traditional pillars on which the secular nation-state have been based, such as national sovereignty, economic autonomy, and a social identity. As it turns out, however, these aspects of the nation-state have been vulnerable to change for some time. Born as a stepchild of the European Enlightenment, the idea of the modern nation-state is profound and simple. The state is created by the people within a given national territory. Secular nationalism, the ideology that gave the nation-state its legitimacy, contends that a nation's authority is based on the secular idea of social compact of equals rather than on ethnic ties or sacred mandates. It is a compelling idea, one with pretensions of universal applicability. It reached its widest extent of worldwide acceptance in the mid-20th century, but the latter half of the century was a different story. The secular nation-state proved to be a fragile artifice, especially in those areas of the world where nations had been created by recreating colonial powers in Africa by Britain, Portugal, Belgium, and France, in Latin America by Spain and Portugal, in South and Southeast Asia by Britain, France, the Netherlands, and the United States, and in Eurasia by the Soviet Union. In some cases, boundary disputes led to squabbles among neighboring nations. In others, the very idea of the nation was a cause for suspicion. Many of these imagined nations, some with invented names such as Yugoslavia, Pakistan, Indonesia, and Iraq, were not accepted by everyone within their territories. In yet other cases, the task of administration became too difficult to perform in honest and efficient ways. The newly created nations had only brief histories of prior colonial control to unite them, and after independence, they had only the most modest of economic, administrative, and cultural infrastructures to hold their disparate regions together. Religious national.
So we personally don't like nationalism. I'm sure both of us for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't need to go on to that because that could be a video by itself. But because nationalism is trash. But the point is that it just shows that it is also not a good system, anyways.
Yeah, that's right.
See, that's my point of showing this is not just that me and Corey are correct that nationalism is garbage, but that it is garbage in the fact that it doesn't even work anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
It's that's like reminds me the reactionaries for Trump. Whoa, we're gonna make America great again. Okay, first off, America was never the fucking great, and you think that con man is going to fucking make America anything? It's make sure that he can siphon more money to him and his family. I mean, that's it. Power and money and no accountability. That's like, so I mean, but of course, I think it goes back though to the thing. He feels that he is, or other people feel that he is somehow macho, or which I know to us rational people
doesn't make any sense.
What?
Yeah.
So the draft dodger, the guy you say is the military hero. He's it's like it's almost like everything. It reminds me. It's almost like everything they say about him is literally the opposite.
Yeah, it contradicts their own worldview.
But anyways, so but authoritarian in general, that's what the whole point I'm trying to show, and that all this stuff is beyond just America.
Yeah.
Is it's getting worse, which is also troubling. That's another reason why I thought I wanted to address this, because it's troubling me. It's troubling me to see all this right-wing stuff. It's troubling me, a person who wants to have non-aggression and non-coercion, seeing the love of murder and violence it's troubling. People say, that the Jews should kill the Palestinians and the Palestinians should kill the Jews. I mean, or whatever. It's horrid. Yeah. It's literally, I'm like a fucking nightmare going on to me. So, yeah, because I think we all need humanity, and we all have value. This way of running things in these states and borders and killing people so we can do, and then also thinking it's okay to say we should kill all the Jews or kill all the Palestinians or push.
Yeah,
all this mentality is really fucking sick. It's a sick humanity. It's not just, and I'm not just saying that the Jews and Palestinians are sick. I'm saying humanity. The fact that we like this, the fact that it has to be, isn't that an American value? If we spend more money in military than every other country in the world combined,
yeah,
it must be our main value, right? Militarism. So they're saying freedom. No, militarism is obviously our main value.
Yeah.
Anyways, I can go on, of course, on that too. I'm no proud lover of any nation, so also don't think that any other nation can escape Damien's. This one guy got pissed because he was talking shit about me in America, right? And I said I was going with him. Hell yeah, fuck. Because well, here's the thing people get. It's not that I want to trash anything, because I told you that's not my behavior. But I do believe, as you know, calling people out and holding them accountable. And that means when they do something shameful, you know what you do? You tell them, hey, that's shameful. It's like I told David Silverman, his shit was shameful. I'm not going to follow him no more. Because me and him were kind of like friends, and I thought he was kind of cool. And then all of a sudden, it went insane. All this shit I heard about him, and all of a sudden his behavior. And this is another thing too I want to say. Let's assume he didn't do anything, okay? He did nothing wrong. Look, that's what he says. Okay, and this is what I said to him, just so people understand. Or because mine was, in a sense, to me, a dignity attack. And I said, okay, you didn't do it. But you're acting, in a sense, sexist, and you're acting bigoted now. You're not liking the women's movement now. You're not liking feminism now.
Yeah.
And why should it was bad to me? Let's assume it is. Let's assume it's bad to him.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's assume that they're even wrong. Is that a reason that the whole movement should be gone? It's not even logical. See what I'm saying? It's not logical.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it's no justification to then justify being a bigot. That's what my point is.
Yeah.
So to me, the bigotry is, in a sense, the shame we smear all over ourselves, trying to look better than others. Yeah. But it's a shame. I see it, and it's vile. It's like I'm saying, you're smearing like dog shit all over your face, and you're thinking I'm better than you. And like, you just look horrid to me. Anyways.
Yeah, for sure. Like you say, even if he did nothing wrong and the accusations are false, his behavior after it came to light demonstrates a level of, well, not good.
But like you get what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
That I was trying to say is that's why it's okay. But what did you do?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So I'm going to judge you, David Silverman, because of your behavior that you did. I don't even have to know if that's true or not true. You know what I can know? How you behaved was wrong.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's what I know. Just like I said myself, right? And because that's not like you know me, I don't push it on other people, and I don't hold myself accountable. I do hold myself accountable. Even like remember I said I was using the motherfucker to just explain like regular people, because I used to talk like that when I was in the street. This is how I talk. Oh man, we went to this motherfucking place and we saw this motherfucker. Oh, we fucking did this and that drug and this, and we went and we saw these cute fucking chicks, and the motherfuckers were. But yeah, I'm just saying that's how I used to talk, like constantly. So I have to, and I realized that it can sound like, you know, because I don't. Well, just so people know, I really do not want to be doing stuff that's harmful, because I'm worried about all the time. I not be harmful, and so I think about even like how I talk. That's why when people, this just to go 1 second for the turf bullshit or whatever, or people that just won't, you know, acknowledge someone's gender when they tell you to.
Mm-hmm.
To me, freedom of the mind is some of the most lasting freedom. Pain of the mind is some of the most lasting pain. So when you think you do words and it doesn't hurt, pain of the mind is some of the most lasting pain.
Yeah.
So you get what I'm trying to say. So I have a responsibility. That's why I said I try not to call people names and stuff, because I don't want to be that. And like I told you, I know how to make people feel bad and hurt and stuff. I even had the one bigot I told you. He goes, "Man, you're like, it's not fair. You're hurting me." And I thought, you literally were calling me all kinds of fucked up names. Now that I just used my abilities, and I wasn't mean or anything, it's a way of making them feel guilty. I do dignity attacks, and I was doing really hard ones, and intentionally trying to make it, because I felt like he's acting like a piece of shit. I'm going to show him what it feels like to be a piece of shit.
Right.
Which I told you, even though I can't, I also try not to do that, because then I could become aggressive with my abilities and start just hurting people. So I have to be careful too, because then people are like, "Oh, who cares?" Like, see, but I do. And shouldn't I? Wouldn't you rather I? How's that?
Yeah.
Wouldn't we rather everybody? Isn't that the whole society that everyone would love? Like, who the fuck wants to be in a society and worry about getting killed and hurt and raped all the time?
Yeah.
So isn't that, go back, isn't that the goal then?
Right.
And then how could individualism achieve that? How is statism going to achieve that? Seriously, look, because it's been so good to keep homelessness in the year 2023.
Right. Yeah.
It's obviously
no.
Yeah, it's trash. Anyway, so let's read some more. But yeah.
All right. So now we're on to religious nationalism around the world. In order to understand the role of religion in modern nationalism, it's important to first recognize that nationalism is, at its most fundamental level, a form of identity. Religion's powerful impact on modern politics may seem obvious, but for much of the 19th and 20th centuries, there was an assumption among social scientists that religion was destined to wither away. So, as nationalism exploded in the 19th century, religion often played a smaller role in society as it gave way to newer and more secular notions of society. For example, in addition to replacing the monarchy with a republic, the humanist revolutionaries of the French Revolution also transformed Catholic churches into, quote-unquote, temples of reason. Both the monarchy and the church became anachronisms. After all, who needs the church when you have reason? And yet, religion refused to go away. By the late 20th century, clear reminders of the importance of religion in the modern world were abundant. In Europe alone, the troubles in North Ireland between Protestants and Catholics, the genocide in Srebrenica, carried out by Orthodox Serbs against Muslim Bosniaks, and the Catholic-fueled Solidarity movement in Poland all showed the importance of religion in modern politics and modern nations. Scholars now realize that modernity can in fact undermine religion, as was predicted for many years. But the same modernization is also destabilizing, and as the pace of change accelerates in the world around us, that instability is disconcerting, and it can lead us to seek out those forces that provide us with a greater context and help us feel more grounded. In that way, the chaos of the modern world can actually strengthen religion. In order to understand the role of religion in modern nationalism, it's important to first recognize that nationalism is, at its most fundamental level, a form of identity. It tells us who we are, and that in turn can impact our values, our purpose, and our sense of where we belong. And like all forms of identity, nationalism is inherently tied to the concept of the other. If you pause and think about your core identities, whether that be your national identity, ethnicity, gender, occupation, religion, or role in your family, each identity is shaped in response to what you are not. The identity of fathers is shaped in response to what sets them apart from both mothers and children. The identity of Protestants is shaped in response to what distinguishes them from Catholics. Similarly, American national identity is tied to those values and characteristics that distinguish it from other nations. Universal characteristics aren't useful in group identification. As a result, national groups are always informed and shaped by the traits that distinguish them from other groups. Professor, white supremacists used civil rights script to create Unite the Right rally. Aniko Bodrogoski, yeah, I think so, Cozy, something like that, is a professor who studies history, so she isn't keen to make it. That changed August 11th, 2017, as white supremacists clutching tiki torches marched through the University of Virginia and then, a day later, headed towards the pedestal of the Robert E. Lee statue in downtown Charlottesville. Bodrogski took to the streets as a counter-protester, but steered clear of the violent clashes that were the top national story that night. By the end of the 2 days of violence, counter-protester Heather Heyer was dead after a car attack that hurt scores of others, and 2 state police troopers perished when their helicopter that had been monitoring the rioting crashed. In the days and weeks that followed, reflected how the media tactics employed by Unite the Right organizers seemed familiar. Their playbook, she says, looked a lot like what she studies, how 1960s civil rights leaders gained attention for the cause. Those initial thoughts led to the book Making Charlottesville, which she recently discussed on the radio show With Good Reason. I had no distance from what I was attempting to make sense of. As a media historian who mostly stays in the 1960s, I don't tend to write about current or near current events. But coming out of Charlottesville's Summer of Hate, I had no choice. I felt compelled, as someone who had been on the streets as well as a scholar at this university, to understand what happened using the analytical tools I have. I've written and taught about the civil rights movement and media coverage, so I brought a comparative historical framework to the task. It became clear to me that what happened in Charlottesville was linked to civil rights era struggles against white supremacy, but in mirror image reverse. Charlottesville became a worldwide media event, as did key campaigns of the civil rights movement, in particular the Birmingham campaign of 1963 and the Selma voting rights campaign of 1965. In examining how the media covered the August 11th and 12th events in Charlottesville, particularly the most heavily circulated visual imagery, I found surprising similarities and resonances with the most iconic imagery from the civil rights movement. Most racists, as active and empowered as the images of tiki torch marchers in front of the rotunda chanting their racist anti-Semitic slogans, African-American victims prone, helpless, and brutalized by racists, such as viral video and images of beating of DeAndre Harris by pole-wielding alt-right marchers, nonviolent counter-protesters as heroic but imperiled by the swarms of white supremacists, like the small group of students at the Jefferson statue surrounded by menacing tiki torch marchers. All of these images have remarkable similarity to the most well-known photos of the civil rights era, telling very similar stories. So now we're on to Norse shamanism.
Right.
So what is shamanism, and to what extent was it present among the pre-Christian Norse and other Germanic peoples? Shamanism, like love, is a notoriously hard word to define. Any meaningful discussion of an idea, however, depends on the idea first being clearly defined so that everyone understands exactly what is being discussed. For our purposes here, shamanism can be considered to be the practice of entering an ecstatic trance state in order to contact spirits and or travel through spiritual worlds with the intention of accomplishing some specific purpose. It is a feature of countless magical and religious traditions from all over the world, especially those are tied to a particular people and or place. The pre-Christian religion of the Germanic peoples teems with shamanic elements, so much so that it would be impossible to discuss them all here. Our discussion will have to be confined to those that are the most significant.
So
We'll
pause
start
for a
with-
second.
Yep.
So this goes back to, like I tried to explain to you, when people think of paganism, they think it doesn't have shamanism, and that's why they like. In other words, what I'm saying is, like, all these videos I make of all this prehistory and all this complicated religion stuff. People think I don't need to learn it. This is unnecessary, not realizing it literally isn't the stuff you think is something else.
Right. Yeah.
And if
All
you
that
watch
stuff is.
videos that me and Corey have worked, I don't know, years now, right? That's
Yep.
not that bad, right?
Yeah, we're going on a couple of years
now, right? Have I not made you read stuff for years that didn't learn, prehistory? I think you probably learned a lot.
Oh,
Even if you didn't remember it all, you remember, I'm sure, more than you would have if I never helped you learn it.
For sure. Yeah, no, that's right.
Right. So it's given you probably a broader perspective, right?
I think so.
Certainly, it's given that to me.
No, I think so. I think I think it's made it pretty clear, like, how connected the modern religious practices and ideas are to ancient practices, and how intertwined, like, even just cultural practices we think aren't religious or
Right.
actually turn out to be. Yeah.
Well, that's also why people try to say, "Oh, Damien, you understand culture and religion are the same thing," and I'm like, now it's not.
Yeah.
A long time ago, there was no difference. In fact,
there wasn't
tell
two
me
things.
that you tell a native person they have to not do their religion but only do their culture. I don't think they would say, "You understand my religion."
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and
Anyways,
that's
that's why I told you. Which I know some of the anthropologists, not like everybody, doesn't like how I say it, but there has been people that like stuff I say, and then there's also ones that don't. And it's this one guy didn't like that I said that religion is a cultural product, like language. And he goes, "Oh no, religion and culture are totally different." And I'm like, "Yeah, you tell that to the Native Americans for me."
Yeah. No, that's just nonsense.
And then see how much they go, "Oh, good answer." No, they're not going to say that, dude.
Yeah.
They're going to go, "Okay, let me explain my religion to you because you don't got it."
Yeah, that's right. No,
this is my culture.
Yeah, exactly.
Like when they say they're Navajo, that's a Navajo culture or Navajo tribe. And then with the Navajo tribe, you have Navajo beliefs. That's culture.
Yeah. And Navajo religious practices and cultural practices are the same things.
But right, that's anyways. So if you want to think it different, here's the thing. Okay, I'm an anarchist. Cool. Think of it any way you want. I'm trying to explain it so people can understand, and I think have an accurate understanding.
Yeah.
So, I guess if you like truth,
So what?
Who am I to force truth on you?
Yeah, that's right.
How dare I?
So I guess we'll start with Odin, the father of the gods, who possesses numerous shamanic traits. From there, we'll examine shamanism in Norse magical traditions that were part of the female sphere of traditional Northern European social life, and then move on to the male sphere of the berserkers and other warrior shamans before concluding. Odin and shamanism. Odin, the chief of the gods, is often portrayed as a consummate shamanic figure in the oldest primary sources that contain information about the pre-Christian ways of the Germanic peoples. His very name suggests this. Odin is his very name suggests this. Odin is a compound word of odor, meaning ecstasy, fury, inspiration, and the suffix in, the masculine definite article, which then added to the end of another word like this, means something like the master of or a perfect example of. The name Odin can therefore be most aptly translated as the master of ecstasy. The 11th century historian Adam of Bremen confirms this when he translates Odin as the Furious. This establishes a link between Odin and the ecstatic trance states that comprise one of the defining characteristics of shamanism.
So pause for a second. Did you know that?
I did not.
So do you see how, like, when I talk and I say, well, that's a shamanistic element, whatever, and then also an animistic one, and this is a totemistic one, this is a paganistic one, and then you have Christianity who has all of it, and
Right.
Do you see why it was important, though, now that you've learned some of it, of why it's good to grasp what's animism, when did it happen, when did totemism and why, and what does it mean, like, to really understand, not critique it, just first to understand it, because this I think is foolish. How are you critiquing it if you don't understand it?
Yeah, for sure. I think
well, I was in the toilet and I got this great idea that maybe this is true, and so I'm going to say everything is that even looks like it is, but it isn't. No. If you have, good.
I was just going to say, I think it's good to know so that you can see the similarities in different cultural practices, different religious cultural practices, like if the high priest or the shaman is entering a state of ecstasy to speak on behalf or to spirits, and you see an evangelical preacher going into a trance state, speaking in tongues, speaking about
exactly, and
speaking
literally,
for God, right?
But say speaking in tongues in a different word, chanting,
yeah.
Right, because they're naming it because it's gibberish, so it's just chanting. All this is chanting gibberish and whatever.
Yep.
Hundala, shandala, fire truck, and undala. No, anyways, but you know what I'm saying? They just, you're like, that's pretty damn good if you know that. So.
Funny story. I worked with a guy who was an evangelical, but he knew I was an atheist. So once in a while, we'd kind of just talk about things, and he'd be like, "So you don't mind that I'm like an evangelical Christian?" I'm like, "Well, no, I don't care as long as you don't push your beliefs on other people. Like you do you."
Right.
And it's, but I don't understand certain things. Like I don't understand people who speak in tongues. And he's like, "Oh, well, I have actually spoken tongues. Like we were praying, and I eventually I just reached the point where and I was like, holy shit, man, I don't get it. I do not get it one bit."
Well, and what's weird too, they think that they're actually like somehow praising God in some angel language or something, or in another language, or they'll say, "Oh, they were actually speaking, say, Chinese or Russian, or if they're American, I'm talking about, or speak English, or something else, whatever." People make crap up, but I'm just saying. But in a sense, what they're really trying to say is they're somehow talking to God. Now, whatever the jarble and stuff is, whether it matches the language or not, to remove all the excess and let's get to the value. The value is it can communicate with God.
Right.
Which, like you were saying, isn't that what shamans are doing?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it's really funny, like, to think like that people like it's like you said too, like they'll think that they're speaking something like in some other language that they know they don't know.
Yes.
And they'll be like, "Oh no, I totally was speaking Russian or Spanish or Chinese or something." No, you weren't.
but like I was saying, even if they did, it has to be intelligible, right?
Right.
And then here's the second thing, right? Because I always, to me as a rationalist, I always just look at it and go, no. Because they don't realize they've actually said it like about 20 claims. And I'm like, no.
Yeah.
No, okay, no. All the tabs, nope. So in a sense, because they don't realize that how they're projecting that is inaccurate. It's like it's once again like logical fallacies, and of course, like this one dumbass, didn't understand why I kept saying, but yeah, doing them is wrong because it means that it's not accurate. That it doesn't lead to the conclusion. It's like saying the reason the sun is the way it is because of dog. Like what? It's fucking nonsense. Like, this doesn't
Yeah.
even mean anything. Anyways, but a lot of people, they want to do that stuff. But I think that it's important, to like science to also be open to new stuff. But science doesn't just do that. Before it ever gets there, it's already thinking, like I said, using reason. In other words, it doesn't. Skepticism can get you some things, but you have to remember skepticism always appealed. Oh, this is what I said to the philosopher dude. And I think I remember because they were talking about skepticism. I was at a convention, and I'm always like, oh my god, is nobody a rationalist? Okay, skepticism is okay. Let's assume that it's. I don't think it's that great, but if you guys think it's so great, let's assume you're correct. But here's the problem: you, at some point, whether the beginning, which it should be, or the end, which is, I guess, acceptable, you have to use reason.
Mhm.
You have to. No skeptic can use skepticism as the only method to actually determine whether what someone said makes sense or doesn't. To
No,
even
that's right.
make a judgment.
Yeah.
To make anything. If you don't, so you can't, in other words, let me try to say it for some people. Like, so think of it, skepticism is the negative and rationalism is the positive. I'm not saying that they don't have benefit. Like I said, I don't say I have nothing. I just said that for me, it means one simple thing.
Right.
It means that I should never have anything held sacredly away from challenge and critique, especially if it's deserving and warranted.
Yeah.
Then I should be as, think of this. If I care about the truth, wouldn't that be shouldn't I? Not ego, if I'm wrong. I should think, right on, now I know what the truth is. Yeah, wouldn't it be nice if people thought that way? Yeah. So that's why my thing is to push values, because how are we going to get them to think that way? We have to change their values. See, if you change your values, you change your life. Just think, when I became an atheist, the moment that I did, I had a value change. The word God meant nothing.
Yeah.
See? Value change. Before, people say they run their whole life. If I told the Christian, you need to say God, the word God means nothing, they would not say that.
Yeah.
Right? As an atheist, the word God means nothing.
Yeah, it's easy to say.
Anyways, but what I'm trying to say is also, remember, like I said, morality is a result of your values.
Right.
So that's why I said before that when I explained morality, and I wouldn't do a whole thing on everything, but because I do want to talk about stuff too. It's important. I know how to explain it. So anyways, morality is a result of the values. So when you see morality as the whole system, values is the first thing. So once again, as an axiologist, the first thing we look at, the value.
Right.
So the first thing we think to look for is the value. So the first thing, how you build a moral system, the value.
There you go.
So in a sense, also think of this. That's how you know when it's wrong. Like, why do we know Nazis are wrong? We look at the values in that moral system and we go,
yeah, that's obviously wrong.
Whoa, no.
That's
Kill
bad.
That with fire.
Yeah, that's a bad system. That's a bad moral value system.
You get what I'm trying to say? So that's also why I don't like when people say you can't come to a reasoned conclusion of right or wrong. I'm like, really, reason is how you get there.
Yeah, that's right.
So,
how else would you get there?
Yeah.
Like that's
Divine
what are you
command
talking
theory.
about?
That God said it, we do it, Well,
Yeah,
does God do it because it's moral? So how about this? If God violates that, is there a punishment for God?
right. Or what is it? Isn't it Socrates with his if God says it, then is it moral? Or if
That's Empiricus or something. Of course, once again,
the Euthyphro dilemma. That's what it is.
Yeah. See, well, once again, when we talk philosophy and stuff, you could probably explain more stuff in books, and I'm going to teach you how to think.
Right.
That'll be the difference, because mine will be natural, and I won't be claiming other people's stuff. And even sometimes I use other people's words just not because I'm using their concept, but because I need something to talk to you so you can follow along and kind of grasp what I'm saying, because
Yeah.
how I think. Like this one time, this person said to me, and this is what my response is, because also my arrogance, because I am an arrogant person, because I'm a sociopath. This is like a natural tendency. It's a character flaw. But like I said, I try not to let it limit how I behave or guide my behavior. But he said, Damien, you need to think outside the box. I go, I'm sorry to get back to you so late. Your message went from carrier pigeon to the mountain that I am on top of, looking down on these things you call boxes. But anyways, my point is, when I think in value, I'm like the Matrix. I am so far past what most people are talking. They're talking about all the webs. And I'm like, there's a spider who made all these. It's the value we need to look at, and you can, and if, like I said, but once you understand value is, like I said, an axiology thing. We're not going to go totally on, but it has to do with, in a sense, like truth, because you want, in a sense, what is accurate. Because if something is not accurate, is valuable? Like fool's gold. Is fool's gold as valuable as gold? You get my point. So lies are not as valuable as truth. Anyways, I'm not going to go and explain the axiology because that's like 10 videos.
Well, we're getting a little late, so
yeah, we can go ahead and stop. But I would also how does it feel when I talk to you about axiology? Are you starting to feel more comfortable with it?
I think so in general. Like I think I get what you're getting at, but yeah, if I were, I don't know. I think I kind of get what you're getting at.
And you see how it then becomes easier once you can do it. So the reason I can think faster, as I'm saying, because I'm thinking values. You're like, someone else is like reading the whole book, and I'm like, boom, 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 boom. I'm like jumping all over his place. And that's why I told this one guy when he started to say something, also put me down. He's, well, oh, you can't spell it. I said, yeah, but I attack ideas like a dragon, killing a town with fire. Like,
I always get a kick out of people who are worried about like attacking spelling. Like at this point, like that was maybe 2005. That was a valuable way to fucking look at things. But if you're only worried about my spelling now, like maybe you're not that interested in the actual discussion.
Exactly. But so they try to get superior or something. And I'm like, yeah, no.
Well, and it's a simple fact that some people's first language isn't English.
Like I said,
mine is, but
well, so was mine. That's what people have asked me before, because they think I think so good. How can I spell so bad? Or how can I be so bad in math when I can think so good? And well,
those are different things.
I was also because we have to understand my history, right? Did I have a good childhood? No, I had extreme child abuse, which turned me into a sociopath. And then I had a destructive life. And then finally, amazingly enough, I got sober. That was the first thing to help me to get off, drugs and alcohol. I haven't drank alcohol, and I still don't drink alcohol because my grandfather died at like 40 something from alcohol. So I am an alcoholic. I mean, not, through my family line too. It's anyways. So, but that was like, in a sense, the first desire to change was to not be that, because I almost died at 17. I had liver failure and almost died. So that made me change. That made me think, and then becoming an atheist made me realize, that God wasn't true. And like I told you, how can your next thing not be okay? Then what's good, and how do I act good or not good?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've been following all these rules from God before. Now, how do I know what's right and wrong?
Well, that's why I did not understand, especially, but see, I have axiological atheism, which if you go look up on Wikipedia, it's under constructive atheism. They consider it the only, or one of the only ones that actually promotes a positive thing, and that atheism leads to this thing, like me, where you understand that you weren't living a good life, and holy shit, I got to do better. And if we can't have forgiveness, then we just need to do it right the first time, and that means we can't be coercive.
Yeah.
And if we want to have value in everybody, equally, then we can't have hierarchy. Then if you understand that, welcome, you're an anarchist.
That's right. Yeah.
So going back to that, because in a sense, that's what I was trying to show you, that for me, you can go back and forth in a sense. I didn't need to read, and I'm not gonna told you for it. I think it'd be great if I could read all the books, and I'd probably be really inspired, maybe learn more, and enjoy it, or be able to teach it or whatever. But I'm just saying, you can see though how from my perspective, I just don't need to, because I already got it. I know that this is the value, and that's how do you have to behave. And so that's all I say to people. But other people, like I said, now you can take my idea, because I've kind of tried to show like an ethical way to anarchism.
Yep.
Which, that's my own thing. Hey, at least I've done that. Be ethical anarchists. Yeah.
I like that.
So go ahead and tell us about what you're doing and stuff, and then we can go.
I'm, we're producing a couple episodes this week, hopefully, for Red Reviews. All my stuff is at theskepticalleftist.com. And I'm at Skeptical Lefty on pretty much every Skeptical Lefty or Skeptical Leftist on every social media site. So.
Right on. Well, thank you for your time, and I appreciate you addressing this. I think it's important because I think that especially we need a logical atheist take, because in a sense, what I mean by that is a pagan could try to defend paganism, but a Christian may not care, or whatever, or what an atheist may not care, because it's just two religious people arguing over their myths, or fantasy lands or whatever. But I think that for us to do it in a more thoughtful.
Yep.
So I appreciate you helping that.
For sure. All right.
So, all right, everybody, take care.
Hello, and welcome to my channel. I am Damien Marie Adhope. In the simplest terms, I am an atheist humanist philosopher and prehistorical writer-researcher at DamienMarieAdhope.com. I am specifically an axiological atheist. An axiological atheism can be thought to involve ethical and value theory reasoned and moral argument driven apatheism, agnosticism, atheism, anti-theism, anti-religionism, secularism, and humanism. Axiological atheists can be understood as a value theory or a value science atheist. As an axiological atheism's ethically reasoned and constructive pro-humanity. I am an axiological thinker, value theorist. The science of goodness, worthiness, usefulness, valuableness, virtue, reliableness, accuracy, validity, morality, integrity, beneficialness, etc., etc. We axiologists have a value consciousness. And in general, we see the architecture of humanistic humanitarianism value in people that we see as dignity beings. Places and things are not. Axiology is a value theory. In its broadest sense, it involves areas of philosophy that are deemed to encompass some evaluative or evaluation aspect. Therefore, it crosses almost all domains in some way or another. Now for a more detailed terms as to what I am. I am an axiological atheist, an anti-theist, an anti-religionist, secularist, humanist, rationalist, writer, artist, poet, philosopher, advocate, activist with schooling in psychology, sociology, as well as I am an autodidact, self-taught in science, archaeology, anthropology, and philosophy. I promote science and am against pseudoscience, pseudo-history, pseudo-morality, things that are found in religion.